but also connect us, challenge us, and remind us that the inclusive growth is not just a dream, but it is a pathway we are building together, one corridor at a time. I now want to invite Ms. Nomadlozi Nkosi to come and give us a welcome note. Thank you.
Sanibona. Ninjani? Siyaphila nathi. Thank you, Program Director. I think this laptop, I don't know. Ingivalele indawo. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Now go, manje. Ninjani. It means you must sing a gospel song so that we can cheer up. Ne? Can one of us please sing for us? Nazu. Unzima no maguyenyu bagotukololwa diyongena nalo ekhaya ezulwini noma kunzima noma kuyenyuka kodukololwa diyongena nalo ekhaya ezulwini. Siyabonga. Thank you again to our program director. Can you hear me now? I'm fine. Okay. You know, this is the month of women. August month is a very important month for all of us as women. And it's a month that we need to cherish each other and celebrate the struggle of women. And also celebrate what would the 1956 women fought for on our behalf. Those that were there during that era knows what kind of difficulties those women find themselves in. So it needs us to celebrate. And I know, Gugu, through the hard work that you are doing from this department, yourselves, and also Gibela, the Gauteng Department of Economic Development, and everyone that is here, including team communication from the city of Ekurhuleni. But one wants to greet you all as guests, but also as champions of women's struggles, and yourselves, beautiful women of the city of Ekurhuleni. Thanda ukunibulisa nonke. As I would have said, that the month of August serves to recognize and acknowledge the women's significant contributions to the nation's history and also the future by promoting the empowerment and tackling issues like the gender-based violence through awareness campaigns and public engagements. Whilst we tackle these daily challenges that women faces, we also celebrate the role of women in the overall economy as workers and business women. Today, women are participating in the formal workforce as the CEOs and also senior executives. They also participate as women like Ntabiseng Ligotsi, taking on the banking sector by starting a bank owned by women. And we need to clap hands for Sis Ntabiseng. That we all know that this sector is mostly dominated by males. But through Sis Ntabiseng, we see ourselves. Women are operating business that provides employment through thousands in construction and mining sectors, performing unpaid care work, but also contributing to economic growth through their spending and investment power. We also recognize and celebrate the role of small business in the local economy, particularly those that are women-owned. Like any other business, they face the financial challenges, but also have to compete with established businesses. Women empowerment is more than just a word. It's not more than just a word, but it is a call to action and a demand for justice and commitment to ensuring that every woman can stand tall, but also independent and free. Women empowerment means economic independence. But also when women are empowered, they become a pillar of strength for their families, their communities also, but their nations. They raise strong children, they build thriving economies, and they inspire future generations. Women empowerment means education so that every man knows her rights, her value, and her strength. Women empowerment means creating spaces where women are heard, but also they need to be respected, but also protected spaces where they can thrive without fear. Whilst government interventions is critical in providing support and interventions, private sector involvement is also critical in growing small business. But through Okibela, we hope and pray and know that through your initiatives, women will, at the end, get what they're supposed to get. Because women are the future. Like when they say youth is the future. Wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo. Malibongwe.
Thank you so much, MMC. Thank you for those encouraging words. As we progress with the program of the day, we thank you for the warm welcome, MMC, and setting the tone for us in this important gathering. To ground us in why we are here and what today is about, I now invite Ms. Tshepiso Kadiaka from Department of Economic Development in Gauteng, Director from Tertiary Services, to share the purpose of the day, because when we know why, and the how becomes clearer. Mrs. Kadiaka.
I don't see the smiles. Good morning. I hope everyone is well. Are my slides up? I'm not going to bore you with slides. Are my slides up on this side? Not yet. They're still coming. Good morning, MMC. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. We really appreciate and honor you. It's great to connect with women from different sectors. And good morning to everybody from various sectors. I know that you got the invitation and you were told that there's something that you're going to get. So we've got an exciting surprise for you. So stay on and we will make sure that you enjoy the day. I'm going to start by acknowledging the very same thing that MMC spoke about. I hope that I'm being assisted with my slides. And I will not be introducing myself. It will be a repetition. Are you assisting us with the slides? Okay. I'm not going to do a presentation. I just want to show you something. Is it on? No, just. It's on. Okay, no, it's fine. MMC spoke about the women who took that march 69 years ago. And it's reminding us that as women, we need to make sure that we just do not sit in our comfort zones when we know that there are other women that are struggling in the process. So today, thank you very much. Today, I want us to remind ourselves of 69 years ago and what those women were going through as they were marching against the very hard laws. Today, we've got it very easy. We don't have any laws that are preventing us from participating in the economy. So 69 years ago, it was very difficult. They had to carry their passports. You can imagine you are staying in the very same country and you have to travel with a passport just to move from one place to the other. So it was not that easy. It was very challenging. Today, it's also still not easy because we fight against the struggle of economic participation. It is not easy for women to, I was doing some research and I realized that we're even still fighting against getting same equal pay with men. That is how challenging it is. But most important of all, in those 69 years ago, they were led by 4 brave women. They said today morning, I must tell you why you are here. I'm sure when you woke up and you came here, you knew what you were coming to do. But I just want us to borrow from those 4 brave women, Lillian Ngoi, Helen Joseph, Rahima Musa, and Sophia William De Bruyn, who stood in front of the union buildings and had 100,000 petitions signed and said they want to be heard. But they were not forceful in them wanting to push their message. They stood in silence at the union buildings for 30 minutes. I want us to honor these women and stand up. For a minute, we will just reflect on the silence that they stood for. And that minute starts now. Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause for those women? You can see it. A minute might have felt like a lifetime, and today, but at that particular point in time, silence really carried a very strong message that the women of this country want to be heard. The women of this country, till today, they want to be included in the economy. They want to be included in complex sectors. They want to be included in all the numbers, whether you're looking at unemployment, etc. Sometimes we are told that we are the dominating gender, but it looks like, as we look at South Africa's statistics, women are around 49.7. So we are literally equal to the men that exist out there. A month ago, you will not believe that the department gave us a very simple task, and they said it's very difficult for people at the bottom grassroots to understand what the opportunities are in the economy. So please make sure that as you commemorate Women's Day, make sure that you organize just a small gathering of women and share as much information as possible. You'll see that in front of you, the agenda, much as it starts with your government representatives, etc. But we have tried to bring various role players in the sector, whether you're looking at ICT, you're also looking at the transport and logistics from an e-commerce point of view, to come and share information with you today in terms of what is available in their sectors, etc. Not only do we do that, but we also want to showcase excellence, where women have been able to participate in male-dominated industries of your mining, in the engineering, steel fabrication sectors. So this is what the department's heart is, and it's saying that there are opportunities. We want to unpack them today. And as we unpack them, there's a notion of lifting as you rise. It's also upon us as women to making sure that there are other women that we can lift as we rise in the situation. When we reached out to them and said we want to form this this event, and we want the goodie bag. I don't know how many people will walk away with that goodie bag, but we also want to showcase excellence in terms of our local manufacturing capacity, where those products have made inroads in China, your traditional markets in the US, in the UAE, and they've also not really empowered a particular person, but it has also empowered in 60 seconds, not 60 minutes. There was an event I attended, and
I am an independent business owner of a company called the Perfume Co. Africa. They make oil-based fragrances inspired by your famous brands. So we're talking your DKNY, Dolce & Gabbana, Versace, etc. Oil-based, meaning they last longer. So this is an opportunity that anyone can partner with. You can sell fragrances. This opportunity has changed so many lives. We are talking about people that have gone from shacks to now staying in apartments because of selling these fragrances. So you choose your target market. You can sell from anything between 210 to 265, and as a distributor, you buy one bottle for 99 Rand. So it is a Black-owned business by a female named Vathabile Moreki. She's a serial entrepreneur with over 13 years of experience in entrepreneurship. So when you partner with this business, you are partnering with a Black-owned female company. Thank you.
I don't think there's a lot that I can say after she has spoken. So stay put, take off your shoes if you are sure that it's oil-based fragrance that will come out of those shoes. And please, we don't want, the one thing that we were also told, we don't want a lot of presentations. We don't want a lot of information overload. We want more a dialogue. We've got silent, anonymous report writers sitting in your midst. They want to capture the voices of the women. So much as we are going to share information, please make sure that the information is two-way. We want to hear from you. Enjoy the event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kadiaka. We will want to engage with the perfume lady during tea time, because as Gibela, we are in a chemical support program, which includes the perfume, the detergent, and your soaps and and all those chemicals. So I would love to have a conversation with you during break. I think we can collaborate on this journey. Thank you so much for that inspiring outline of the purpose of the day, Ms. Kadiaka. We now move into the session of turning ideas into action. Please welcome Ms. Muntle to take us through the process of new venture creation.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings to everyone in the house. I'd like to acknowledge the MMC in the house. To the Gauteng Department of Economic Development, to us to come and speak of this topic that is so close and dear to our hearts. Sorry about that.
Sorry, we're just trying to access the presentation.
Yes. It's not moving. The cursor is not moving.
Just close, that's the one.
This is the one?
This is the one.
Okay.
Presentation mode. Okay, then we'll just use this.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. To the department, thank you for your endeavors to try and create township economic pathways for us women. To our aspiring entrepreneurs in the house, greetings and all protocol observed. Just like my previous speakers had said, I would also like to acknowledge and honor and give thanks to all the women stalwarts who have participated in the liberation struggle in the past, amen. To all the fallen heroines, to all the unsung heroines who have contributed significantly but were never recognized, to them as well, we just want to say salute. To you, women of valor, trailblazers, trendsetters, innovators, and pioneers of the future in this room, good morning. My name is Cecilia Muntle. Is my slide showing there on the screens? Okay. My name is Cecilia Muntle. I'm from a company called Morena Kilitabo Training Center. I'm here to speak on how to turn your idea, a new idea, into a business that can be successful. Thank you. So my company has been in existence since 2014, and we are a skills development academy. And what we do is we deliver training, business training mainly, on business training services desired to promote economic growth, employability, as well as sustainable development. So without giving you much theoretical lessons, I'm just going to run through what New Venture is and what it entails and all that. So New Venture Creation is an accredited qualification by SAQA, your South African Qualification Authorities. And this qualification is meant to equip us as individuals who wants to start our own businesses with the knowledge, the practical skills that we need to start and manage and sustain our businesses, our new establishments. With that being said, the course consists of 7 modules, but I'm not going to bore you, as I've said, with all the theoretical aspect of the training. I'm just going to zoom into the second one, which is business planning. Why business planning? Because out of in that module, we are training our learners to know how to prepare solid business plans that can sell, that can secure investors. What is a business plan? Your business plan helps you, it's more of a roadmap for your company, where you speak of the operations of the company until to a point whereby you are able to sell and reach customers out there and make profits at the end of the program. What does the business plan contain? There are very critical elements to this business plan. However, I'm not going to, as I've said before, bore you with all the theory. So you need to have that in order for you to come up with a solid plan. Why am I zooming into this? Because where I am going, there is what we call a business model that each and every business has got to achieve monetization of our businesses, right? How do we then turn this new idea into a tangible result, whereby we are able to see a product that we're going to sell out there and make profit or revenues out of it? This is now, how do we now monetize our idea? We monetize our idea by putting together a solid business model. If a business has got no business model, then you will somehow have challenges in bringing out what you need. What is a business model? A business model, as I've said earlier, it's a blueprint or a plan of how your business creates, delivers, and captures value. What is this value? This value that we want to capture and give to the clients, it involves identifying the needs or the problem out there. If you want to turn your idea into cash, then you need to identify the need. What does the people or the target market that I'm looking at need? What is the problem that they are facing that I need to service? How do I develop a product? So don't give up. It's critical that you need to have a mentor in business, because mentors can expose you to opportunities. Mentors, you need someone to be accountable to. You cannot run on your own, and I think it's a recipe for disaster if we don't have anyone to account to when we're running our own businesses. That is from experience as well. When I started, I was doing as I please and all that. However, since I gotten a mentor, I suffered. Just a quick story. I started this company. I worked for almost a year, all by myself, spending sleepless nights. I would go for 2-3 consecutive nights without sleeping, putting on business proposals, responding to tenders, and it did not bear any fruit until eventually I got this mentor that I had. May the Lord rest, may his soul rest in peace. He's no longer with us, but he did a great job in turning around my life and my business. He then said, no, this is not how we do it. It's easier when your tender lands on the table and at least they can put the name to the face to the name to the face to the name. Yeah. So he then started taking me by the hand to say, Cecilia, I'll be going to some of my clients. I'm going to take you along. That was kindness that he did for me, and that changed my business. It's not like we were going to discuss wrong deals, right? Don't take it that way. But him introducing me there opened doors for me. My business took a good turnaround from that time up to where I am today. Number 3, we need to collaborate. You cannot walk this journey all by yourself. I remember I used to do this all by myself, and I would be so frustrated sometimes because if you are responding to a big IT tender, I mean, you need some technical minds there, you need this and that, and I would want to do everything all by myself, and I would have a serious burnout. So me collaborating with other companies and partnering with them opened doors for me as well. There were big projects that we got through collaborations. Collaborations will expose you also to other markets and so on. I hope you're not losing me. I'm running 2 companies. I have, sorry. One is this training institution academy, and the other one is an IT company. So I'm talking interchangeable. It's all, you know, encompassing because I'm running them parallel. So don't say she introduced herself as someone who's running an academy. Now, where does this come from? Yes, so number 4, service delivery is key. Please let us deliver on what we have promised as businesses. Let us respect time. Let us conduct our businesses in a very, very decent way. Let us not do it the African way. You know, I'm sure you understand when I say the African way. We don't get opportunities because we take for granted some of the things. So then you will not be preferred over the next service provider because of how you do things, and then say a complainer thereafter. Service key is delivery. Deliver on what you've promised. If you have been funded, if you have been given a grant of some sort, that money is not for you to self-gratify. Self-gratification comes right at the end after you've delivered. And even after you've delivered, remember that there's still projects or sales or supplies that you still need to do, because it's not that just one project that you'll be looking at that time. So with that being said again, do not squander your profits at a go, because you need to finance the company to grow until it has taken the grounds and it's now flying very steady. That is when you can start now, you know, paying yourself well and enjoying. But in the first 2-3 years of your business, you know you need to invest in your company. Invest as much as you can until it takes ground. Number 5, your mind is your greatest asset in the business. Why am I saying that? We need to be saved. Things change, trends change from time to time. So you need to keep up with what is current. So study, research, and stay above the ground. Be you know, ahead of everything. Have the knowledge of what is expected. Have a knowledge of what is coming. Have the knowledge to look into the future and see what is it that is coming and prepare yourself for what is ahead of you. Do not want to act or react at the time when, you know, you are now at the dead end of the road. So prepare way ahead of time. Not so long ago, I watched a documentary that really gave me a wake-up call. That documentary is called, I'll tell you now, I'll tell you about the name of the documentary. Sorry, it just escaped my mind. However, it was a group of your developers, your engineers within the IT space who have developed the very same platforms who worked for very big companies like your Google, your Microsoft, your all these social networks companies, and now they found themselves not without a job. They found themselves without a job. They are jobless, and they've been talking about how good it was when we were sitting, discussing ideas and so forth, building empires. However, we did not look or predict into the future that what we are building, how is it going to turn out, and what are the consequences, what is the adverse of what we are building today in future. So they found themselves not working anymore, and they were warning of how AI can be of a danger. So I'm bringing that to us because one of them said, if you are not paying for the product, then you are the product. Let us be weary of, that is Jaron Lanier, let us be weary of the products and services that we are creating or that we are bringing. Are they for us, or will they in future turn against us? How do we then have control over them? The reason why he was saying, if you are not paying for the product, then you are the product. Because we are living in the times where convenience is, something that works for most of us. We're living on times where we are subscribing subscriptions, rentals, streaming, and so on. We don't own the product. We don't own the platforms. And if we fail to service those platforms, they are taken away from us. Then you are left with your product that you cannot sell, or that you don't have a platform to take it to your clients out there. Then, yes, I wanted to bring that to your attention. Then how do you then now, in this time that we are living in, the times of technology, artificial intelligence upon us, and we see how people are losing their jobs and so on, what would then make you to keep your job, or what would make your company to be sustained in the times where this artificial intelligence has taken over our ideas, everything that we do? AI is here. Companies are closing left, right, and center because businesses are using technology over human capital, right? So what then are you doing in preparation for this time that we are in now? Because we may see it from afar thinking it's in the US and so on, all these first world countries, yet it is also here. And the day it hits the ground, it will be difficult for us if we have not prepared ourselves for the future. I think I want to leave my presentation here. As Sister Piso had said, that we should not overload you with information, but I think the little that I've shared with you will make a difference somewhere, somehow in your lives, to those aspiring businesses. If you've got interest in this new venture creation, you can come and speak to me. I have some quizzes to see if you are listening to what I have been saying. A few questions that I have for you. What is a new venture creation? Is there someone who can tell us what new venture creation is? Any participant? Do we have people? Oh, yes, ma'am. New venture creation. It's can you speak aloud, please? Okay. We can give it to her. Please give her a round of applause. Ma'am, please, we have some little token of appreciation. that we have with us. So if you answer, you'll be blessed today. The second question is, what is value creation? I spoke of value creation when I was talking about the model. Anyone wants to try? Yes, ma'am, at the back. Not really. Anyone else who wants to try? Value creation? Let's try somebody else. You just answered. Anybody else in the house? Going once? Going twice? You want to try, ma'am? Okay, she wants to try. Well said. Please give her a round of applause. Token of appreciation to you. Thank you. I think it would be unfair to ask this one because I ran through my presentation, but because we've got business women in the house who have solid business plans, I want to believe that you can be able to tell me just 3 elements of a business plan. Okay, 2 elements of a business plan. Okay, 3. Okay, if you can say all 3 of them.
Competitive analysis, executive summary, marketing and sales.
Awesome. Thank you. Well done. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I've come to an end of my presentation. God bless you.
Let's see if there's any questions for Ms. Cecilia on the ground. Is there anyone who would want to ask a question from her presentation? Any question? Okay. It looks like there is no questions. Okay. Thank you. You're welcome. So, Ms. Muntle, when you finish, giving them training, bring them to Gibela so that we can incubate them. And incubation is a 3-year program, but it can be lesser depending on how, far is your business, what does your business need. Then we give you the support for that period of time so that when we are done with you, we graduate you, you can go out there and compete with other big businesses out there. So thank you very much for the presentation. So from venture creation, we now move to accessing opportunities. Tendering is a key pathway into formal participation. Let's welcome our next speaker, Mrs. Emily Mpatlele from Gauteng Provincial Treasury. Emily.
Good morning. Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, everyone. How are you? I'm well. My name is Emily Mpatlele from Gauteng Provincial Government, from the division called Supplier Development. Supplier Development. So I'm humbled to be here, and I hope you'll get back having much knowledge than before you came here. That's my plea. Can you see on the screen? Oh, that's good. Okay. My presentation is all about the processes of tendering. The process of tendering, I believe you do have this document with you, because I'm going to talk more about this. Everyone must have this document, please. Thank you for that. I will mix every language because I'm interested so that everyone can get back having that better knowledge. Tendering process is very important. Are you okay with it? So that everyone can benefit. Can you hear me? Okay, good. Okay. Tendering process, it goes by this. We do have the processes. First one is an RFP, the second one is RFQ. Are you aware of that first? Thank you. But the most important is what we call CSD. CSD, Central Supplier Database. Are you aware of? Have you registered already? Okay, good one. Okay. As you can see here, our purpose is to make sure that we do what effective and efficient supply chain management. And our purpose is to register you on our CSD, guys. So if you are all registered, I'm very happy for you guys. That means you want to participate in our mainstream of our economy. Good one. The objectives are straightforward. Registering, we do have the transversal contracts with us. We do what we call the supply chain policing and norms and standards is what we are doing. The last thing what we are doing, we are providing a training sessions. Our training sessions are every week. We do have what we call a workshop where we train you from the beginning how to tender. The process is what I'm doing today. Every Wednesday, 10 o'clock, mahala, you don't apply, you don't get, you don't book, you do nothing. You just come with your documentation. 10 o'clock, the information is on the documentation. Okay, good one. Let's move. We are guided by the legislation, Constitution, Provincial Procurement, BEE, Basic Condition of Employment, Public Finance, and Occupational Health. Let's move. Here I'm going to do what we call an illustration, how to register your company, ne? How to update, which is very much important. Step number 1, you must have an active email address. Are you aware of, guys? Yes, thank you. This is the first part. Then you move. As much as we said you are registered, so I will be very quick. I will just go to stage 2, where there are many problems. Guys, we have other requirements that you must meet, is the new development on this one. This one, I will move fast because you are already, there's no need to. Very small. Good one. I want to increase this slide. What's up? Okay. As you can see here, from the stage 1, you register your own individual details. When you move, then you stage 2, you register the company information. Are we together? A good one. When you complete bank account, you complete the what you call address. This part is very much important. This bank and the address part. We have added some other things that you need to meet. The first thing, the part of the banking details. Can I have a look? Who have ever come across the problems after capturing the banking details? I want a clear example. I know the banking. The banking part is only you. You must be many. The banking side, guys, is it approved by the bank? You are banking? I guess it's not. Huh? It's not. Only you. Everyone is all right. Activated and everything. Are they okay? No, because there are many problems there. Anyone? I just want some examples, clarity. Maybe this one is not rejected. There is a reason, some other one. So you again. Thank you. You must be many. On this part, you ought to be many. So I want to make an illustration of why and why. Two people, I doubt. Okay. So on this part, give me example. The bank said what? The error said what? After capturing?
So it was not verified.
Why?
Apparently, I don't know, there was something wrong with my bank, but anyway, I had to send a bank letter.
I want the error. The error said?
Yes, the error said not verified. It was just not verified.
Awena?
I can't remember the error, but the challenge was I'm having two accounts.
Yes. You see?
In one organization, yes. So it's like it was a sub account. Because normally our client will say, create the account for this particular project.
Yeah.
So I've got a main account of the organization.
Good.
When the client wanted also us to create their own account. So for me to put those two accounts in the CSD, it was a challenge.
Thank you. Another one. You must have, for bank guys, bank. Okay. I want to solve the real issues. Real issues. Only two issues regarding bank, I know I doubt. This is a very big issue. So I needed some real problems. Okay, my darling, you said it was not verified. I think there was an error message. It was not verified because your name or your company doesn't match. There must be something like that. Ne? Okay, good. Good one. As you are sitting here, you are using different bank institutions. Ne? Are you here? Are you listening? Each and every bank use its different screen. Ne? For example, FNB is using the Google screen. Ne? Meaning what? When you go to the bank, when you request a letter, a statement, don't just go there and say, can I have a statement for my company? Clarify. I need a statement which I'm going to use it to update my CSD profile, which is, can you please upload that statement from the Google screen? Ne? Direct that person. Otherwise, that person will give you any screen. You will capture that information 10 times, 100 times. It won't be approved. Are you together? Okay. So clarify. When you go there, ne, you approach the bank. You are using the FNB account. Approach that. I am requesting a statement downloaded from the Google screen. Ne? When you are using APSA, ne? Specify, I need a statement downloaded from the CIF screen. Are you together? Are we CIF? All the information is on the CSD profile. Ne? Frequent questions, everything is there. You'll get it there. No? Specify, please. Ne? Otherwise, the bank won't approve the information. Are we together on that part? Okay, good. On the address part, ne? Please, you are requested to upload the address on the system. It's a new development. Ne? Before you were just capturing, but now you need to attach something. Are we together? Attachment. Ne? Okay. So we can move through towards, otherwise everything is just All right, the BEE information is okay and everything. So we can close the CSD part. Then we go through the process of tendering. Don't forget to attach the address. Don't forget to request the right statement from the bank, from the CSD part. Ne? It's very much important. Okay, good one. So now we are talking about the RFQ and the RFP processes. Ne? The RFP process, RFP is the tendering, involves the tendering of the amount of above 1 million. Are we together? 1 million, and then the RFQ, it goes by less than a million. So to this part, we are having some other development also. From the RFP, we added what we call an integrity pack. We added the document called integrity pack. Can you see over the screen there? Can you see it? Doesn't move. We normally submit our tender document using 2 envelopes. Are we together? Now we have added another document called integrity pack. Ne? That integrity pack, you must attach it with the section 1 of the tender document. Are we together? There is a section 1, there is a section 2. Separate envelopes. Are we together? Now we have added another document called integrity pack. Ne? That integrity pack must be submitted together with the section 1 document. Is it clear? Then it's fine. Integrity pack is an agreement. Is an agreement between your suppliers and us as officials, ne? To what? To improve what we call openness, transparency, and accountability. It works like that. We are trying to improve what we call governance, openness, accountability, because we want to decrease the level of fraud and corruption. As you can know that the level is too high. Ne? So this integrity pack, you're going to read it and understand it, and then at the end you sign it. Without signing the integrity pack, we disqualify your tender document. Simple like that. Are we together? It's only to tell you about your company, yourself, and then who do you know? It's similar like the RFP 04. The similar like RFP, but now we have added other information like governance, openness, transparency, accountability, and everything. Ne? It's a documentation you need to read and understand. And you sign, you attach together the tender document 6-in-1. Are we together? Okay, it's simple like that. It's not a difficult documentation. It's only to tell you, to tell us about yourself, and then and you sign at the end of the documentation. There's no confusion there. So I'm going to send you all this integrity pack with you so that you can read and understand. And at the end of the day, when you submit the tender document, you can attach together with whatever tender that you are tendering. Are we together? That's the short part of the integrity pack. So can I have some question considering the CSD process? You have registered, you didn't get the CSD number and everything?
Thank you. Actually, it's not a question, it's just a comment. First of all, I'd like to say I like the system, but I honestly feel like it's a little bit flawed because you get a lot of inquiries which are fake, right? And for me now, I think it's just really a challenge because I don't think everyone who's sitting in this room who's using the system has access to free airtime. And when I mention free airtime because you have to make a phone call to the different government entities that are advertising, right? So let's say I get a request from Department of Health. I first need to confirm if it's definitely going to Department of Health because I've received so many of them. I think today only between last night and this morning I probably have like 50. And I know 90% of them are fake, right? So I think CSD currently is a little bit flawed and it would really be appreciated if maybe the government can invest a bit more money into protecting our information in a way, right? And also, I've had a situation where through ESD again, I had a request for tires. I delivered the tires to a government department, and then a few weeks later, I think 4 weeks after not getting any feedback regarding a payment, I found out that it was fake, so it didn't exist. So I lost a lot of money. And again, that just Oguti, I need to double check, make those phone calls. But I don't think Oguti, it's everyone who has access to enough airtime to make those phone calls to confirm if those requests are correct or they will. So maybe if we can find a way to look at it, because I honestly think that it's really, really flawed. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just ask another one. Oh, you're still thinking. Now I thought there will be a lot of CSD problem because you are already on the system. You are already. That is why I was quick to say, hi, let me just approach in this manner to get some question from you and clarity. Confidentiality of information, my dear. CSD is clear about it. Ne? Firstly, you have to create your own password. Creating your own password, meaning what you are accountable to the information, no longer the system, yourself. Watch who's looking upon your shoulder. You are at the mall, wherever you are, opening the CSD. That's the issue. It's the problem of individual. It's not the system problem. It's the established. You create your own password. You'll get an OTP number to inform you if maybe there's someone who's just messing up with their information. So you must, you see? No, the system is okay. To me, the system is okay, but that thing is, please note it. And then how about any question or CSD? You must have a lot of questions regarding registration, updating, and everything.
Morning.
Morning.
So my question is that, like, on the CSD, when you register, you get like that supply. It's been a while because I've given up trying to access my CSD profile because of not being able to. So when you log in, and you're trying to like upload or update your supplier information, yes. I no longer have that option. I don't know how. I have tried resetting my password. I don't know how many times.
Yes.
I can't change because, like she's saying, with regards to the protection of information, I am getting spammed every day from requests of quotes from the Department of Correctional Service. I am nowhere near supplying those things. I was registered for a crafts company in the creative industry, but like I'm saying, like there's no way to access. You'd call, there's no way to access anyone who can actually like actively help you navigate that process. And when you're like applying, when you guys are requesting us to go is it apply for government assistance or whatever, and they're asking you, I don't know if it's a reference number. There are two things, and I don't think it's a CSD number, but there's that other number that you need in order to access, I forgot what it's called. The unique number, yeah, the unique number. It no longer exists on my profile. I have tried checking everywhere else. It literally, I don't have access to that anymore.
Good one, thank you. As I have already mentioned that confidentiality is about taking care of your company information. Ne? Okay, good. And then any queries you might come across, like that one you have mentioned, I gave you this documentation. You need to send an email directly to National Treasury, ne? Not to us, directly to National Treasury, because it's a National Treasury system. It's CSD at Gauteng.gov.za. This is the email that you will get. And then when you are querying anything, maybe you want to update simple thing, address, you are struggling, or any update you are struggling, send directly to us. Our email address is smrequest@gauteng.gov.za. SM request is on the yellow part, smrequest@gauteng.gov.za. Guys, I'm here for you, especially for CSD. That is why my presentation was very fast, because I want problems, practical things.
Sorry, I think you might have misunderstood my question, right?
Okay.
I was just trying to find out how do we manage this influx of emails?
Oh.
So they're coming through the ESD email, right? So you get, like, I have this request from Pamela and which department, sorry. It says DPSA e-tender online.
Oh, good.
And then they're requesting a backup inverter. So I get a lot of requests for different things, but 99.9% of them are fake.
Lies. Okay, good.
So it's not me.
No, be not careful and
For my
everything.
details, yes. So it's emails that come through as a
through.
request, but 90% of them are fake. So I'm just trying to find out
Thank you.
how you
Manage
to
that.
solve that, yeah, or how do I handle it? Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, you must check that advert is from which department. Ne? So check online, check their details, call them to confirm, or go physical to their offices to confirm before you can even act. Approach them, my dear. And before you can even buy anything or deliver whatever, approach that department, check online, you will get their details. If you don't get their details, go through, you'll have the address, the telephone number, emails. Approach them physically to confirm before you can take any step. Tax, information about tax, queries, anything about tax?
Sorry, before we go to text, maybe just to emphasize on what she just said. Yes, we understand we can pick up some of them that they are fake. However, can you assist us as the Treasury to, perhaps with your IT department, to just try and put measures so that nothing comes via their name or their domain name to our emails?
Good one.
Because, yeah, we don't have have control over that, but
Yeah.
you can do something about it.
You were right.
Thanks.
Okay. That one we do have the control over them. You know what? We go everywhere. These people, they know us. Some of them, they are here. Okay, good. So you'll notice our email, ne? Our emails. You start with my name. Full stop, ne? My surname. At Gauteng, ne? .gov.za, ne? Not in any way can they copy this fully. Not in any way, ne? They will put my name, maybe they know me or their name. My name, Emily.Mpatlele, surname, ne? They will say add, ne? Gauteng is a province, ne? Their system will allow them to say Gauteng. But the last part, are we together? Check the last part, ne? They will put the name, the same name at Gauteng. Gauteng is a province. No, they can't do that. But they won't put GOV Are we together? They won't. It will go straight to government departments. There is no way. That part of GOV, are we together? And then they know that we are a little bit not considerate. They might put GAV, G for government, A for apple, V for vanilla. Can you see? They won't put GOV, ne? They won't put GOV, ne? They will confuse you again. They will put GAV dot ZA or Z or Y. They will little bit, but GOV is government, our people, ne? GOV, it goes to the government departments. Hang it? So you can just check on the last part, ne? You can just be considerate and rely on the last part. Government, Gauteng, they will put it, but GOV, they will not mention. They might say GV or GZ, ne? Yeah, you'll notice on that part, or this is not a valid email, ne? And then again, you must go there straight physically, ne? To confirm. But firstly, the email will differ at the end, ne? They can put GP, like, are we together? They can put GE, GPEY and everything, ne? But GOV is government, ne? It's our identity, there's no way. That part, there's no way, ne? They can even jump it to confuse you. Emily Dotimpatlele at Gauteng, they jump the government thing, ne? And next ZA, Gauteng ZA. ZA is South Africa, and it will allow them. Be careful, guys. Are we together? Is it clear? The only difference is government. The only difference is government. So be cautious. Check, is it government or GOP or GEP or GAP or nothing? Ne? It's only on that part where we can grab them and say, you damn it. No, sort of with it. Ne? You can't catch me again. Ne? You can't. Not anymore. Not anymore. Are we together? So, the tax part. Are we all tax compliant? Are we all tax compliant? I doubt. I want to talk about the tax part. It's very much important because you won't get tender without being compliant. Are we together? On the tax issues, even though you just said you are okay, I don't think you are okay, all of you. Let me just try to clarify. On the tax part, you can be compliant as a company. Are we together? You can have a tax certificate, tax PIN and everything. Be compliant, ne? But you might not be compliant on the CSD part, ne? You can capture your tax matters correctly, ne? But still, the system will say non-compliant. That is why I'm asking, are you compliant? All of you. Thank you. Good.
Maybe, thank you. I wasn't sure that maybe on at SARS I'm behind on something or whatever, but I haven't actually checked. But when I did get to that part, it said non-compliant, even though I provided everything.
Thank you very much. That's the issue. You can be tax compliant from SARS, having a certificate. You capture your information on the system. It becomes non-compliant. Why? Ne? The reason is, ne? SARS office, they check you as an individual. They check your tax matters as an individual, as Lerato. Ne? If Lerato, he was employed at where, during when 2019 there, and Lerato failed to submit the annual return. That particular years, Lerato forgot all these years, ne? And then he goes straight to SARS office. He requests a tax certificate. SARS will give them the tax certificate, checking only maybe the company. The company is okay, so compliant. It's a new company, it's compliant. But Lerato is a non-compliant individual. With a compliant company, inside the company, there's a Lerato who's non-compliant. The system will say non-compliant because of Lerato information. Are we together? So guys, I'm suggesting you, when you approach SARS office, when you approach them, take control. Tell whoever, the operator, kindly check my information on the system as an individual. Am I compliant? Am I okay? As an individual. And then you say again, please check my company, verify my company if I'm compliant. He or she must check both sides, so that you can be compliant. Are we together? Are we together, guys? If you can miss that point and then you approach SARS office, check my company profile, I need a certificate, I want to register on CSD. That lady, that guy, he might check the company and give you a certificate. Without checking you as an individual. And it will affect you when you register, when you update, it will say non-compliant, even though you have already been awarded with a certificate or a PIN number for the company. Are we together? Is it clear now with the tax or why am I non-compliant, but I have obtained the tax clearance certificate yesterday or whenever? Why today I'm compliant, tomorrow I'm non-compliant? Because SARS office is dealing with you as an individual, day by day. You might find that today you are compliant, and then they realize that this person was working there, and it's non-compliant. So check yourself as an individual, check the company separately, then you'll be compliant. About another issue, the bank is okay. Okay. Another issue is all about the bank. The bank and the tax, you won't get a tender. If your banking information are not verified, you won't get tender. If the tax matters are not okay, you won't be awarded with the tender. This is the issue. That is why I'm here, at least for these matters. I thought you will participate, but low participation. Okay, bank again. When you capture the information on the system, having the right statement from the bank, are we together? Having the right statement. FNB, I said is a Hogan screen. ABSA, I said is a CIF screen. Standard Bank is a, what you call, bank lookup for the Standard Bank. The screen is called bank lookup. So when you approach the bank, state, I need a statement downloaded from this screen, not anywhere else. Specify, are we together? Specify, guys, then we'll be fine. Second thing about the banking information. Capture all the information according to the statement. If maybe the company, on the statement or from the bank, your company has been captured as Basotho Pty without LTD. When you know your company is Basotho Pty Ltd, the bank decided to capture your company as Basotho without the LTD. Are we together? Put it as they have captured your company on their system. Copy and paste whatever's on the statement. Don't do otherwise. Are we together here about the banking information? Otherwise, we'll be rejected by the bank. Are we together? It's clear, ne? Bank, you capture as they have captured their company on the screen. If maybe they have used low, uppercase, use low. If they have used uppercase, do the same. Ne? If they have used lower cases, do the same. Ne? If maybe they have omitted something, PTY or LTD, omit even yourself from your site. Ne? If, for example, they have captured your company again as Basotho Pty without the brackets, don't put the brackets. Are we together? If maybe they have captured your company as Basotho with the brackets and Pty, and then they do what? Double space before they capture LTD. Do the same, double space before LTD. Are we together there? If maybe they made one space LTD, ne? Are we together? Yeah, this is the issue. Otherwise, you'll capture your banking information correctly as you know it, as many as you can, but still it is rejected by the system. Are you together? Is it clear? The bank, the tax matters. This is the most information which can deny you from getting the tenders. Are we together? Otherwise, everything is fine. We roll BE part is just smooth. Address is smooth. What do you call? Attachment of address is also smooth, unless otherwise. Ne? Can I have the question about the address and everything? I know the address issues, some other people. Guys, we need a practical matter. We need a practical matter. We need to solve these matters. We need to solve these matters. Attachment to someone who has attached the address on the system, and then maybe there was problems. Someone who, no one, everything is fine. Everything is fine. Did you attach the address? Why are you not asking which address, preferred address, which address? I am having many addresses in Mpumalanga, and I need those questions. I have many offices around the world. So which address are you referring to? I have many branches. I need those questions, those complicated questions. Are we okay with the address? You attach the address, then finish. Then you come at the end, you submit. Ne? Then we'll be fine. So, any question? CSD?
My question is on, I don't know, I'll try to, to phrase it. You see, when you are choosing which sector you are under, I just find it a bit difficult on my side. I'm in the transport logistics industry. So the options that are given there, sometimes they just don't make any sense for me personally and my business.
Commodities. Example, ne? You might not find whatever you might think about. Ne? They are standardized, ne? Like construction. On the part of construction, you'll find that maybe you are doing paving or painting, ne? Where now you'll be looking for, I'm doing painting, I want that part whereby they say painting, you won't get it at all. They are standardized. You'll only find construction. Construction is broad, involves everything, paving, painting, and everything, like your self-transportation. Ne? Transportation is also broad. Maybe transporting, for example, what are you transporting?
We transport general goods, pharmaceuticals, dangerous goods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when your partner just say transportation. Good.
Because what it would say, it would show like, for example, road or rail or freight, you know. So like the type of option it's giving, then you don't know, because you can't just live without picking any, because at the end of the day, then you defeat the purpose. Yeah.
No problem, ne? No, it's not a problem. We know, even our buyers, they know, ne? As much as you have mentioned transportation, you are broad, you are covered, ne? As much as all the tenders needing transportation, ne? You are covered. What the buyer will do, ne? By the time he requests, he sent you an email for quotation, they will specify, ne? We want transportation for health, transportation for malata, transportation for particular thing. Then when you will decide, now I'm doing medicine, ne? I won't go for this one. Ne? But otherwise it's standardized. Transportation, construction, don't stress. Who say, I want transportation for health, it's standardized like that. Ne? Yeah. Another question? RFQs? Issues? I have received an RFQ, then I tried to complete that, and then there was this issue of functionality. I don't understand functionality part, what went wrong. Question, you don't have. Okay, in general. Let me clarify this one. RFQ, ne? Now is another new development from the system, ne? From the RFQ part, normally, ne? You'll find the 80-20 point system. Is it together? We are together, ne? Is the criteria, evaluation criteria, ne? 80-20. 80 for price, 20 for special goals. Women, disability, meet. We used to have that, ne? Then you create your own pricing, and then the goals, maybe you are a female, then you will say, I'm a female, 100% and everything. New development, we have added another filter, ne? Functionality filter. Are we together? We are trying to be as transparent as possible. From that part of functionality, we will say, from the 20 points, ne? These are the goals. For price sector, this the price one you will do. It's a homework. From the goals, you will have the female, the disability, the go down. Functionality part. From the functionality filter, we are a little bit broad there. When we say, we will mention this is the criteria will be evaluated on functionality, maybe a manager, we need a manager with 10 years experience, we need caterers with 2 trucks, ne? Functionality meaning, if I can call you now, can you do it, ne? So from functionality, we are trying to explain broader, ne? Then you'll find that part, we need a manager with 10 years experience, ne? And then from that 10 years experience, we shall allocate the weightings. 10 years is 10 points. Ne? 5 years is 9 points. Like that. We are trying to be transparent. Before that part of functionality, it was not there. We are trying to see, for you to see, how did we get to get, how did we calculated the points, and then you managed to get a tender at the end of the day. If you didn't get a tender, we are transparent. You know that functionality part, I didn't make it because they needed 10 years experience. I have 2 years experience, just like that. Ne? From functionality part, it's a newly think development. We have added that for your own sake, to be as transparent as possible to see, can I manage, can I go for this RFQ, or can I go for this RFQ or not? You decide before you can even submit. Are we together? Yeah. Question? CSD? RFQ? Listen up. Okay.
My question was on which commodities on the CSD are the most viable besides your traditional security, catering, etc. And then number 2, what are the common mistakes with regards to compiling and filling in tender documents? If you can just give a snapshot, thanks.
Tender document, why? What?
What are the common mistakes? Why do people get disqualified from?
Thank you.
Thanks.
I needed that. I was here for this. I need the practical thing. Let's solve the problems. I need the practicality. Good one. The first one I will start with is the common thing. Ne? The common thing, when people, they lose tenders, most of the mistake, documentation, submission of documentation, administration. If maybe they said you must attach CSD report, you must attach tax PIN number, you must attach whatever security certificate. Attachment, number 1, you'll fail. Ne? You'll be disqualified. Number 2, signing of all documentation. Ne? Signing. You must sign wherever they say you must sign, especially RFP 04. That part you must sign, my dear. It's conflict of interest part. You must sign that part. Ne? Otherwise, you'll be disqualified. Ne? Number 2 is lying. You submit fraudulent certificate, it's lying. Ne? That part, integrity, you have lied. Ne? BE certificates are fraudulent, the other certifications, CIRA certificates are fraudulent. Ne? Number 3, they have requested you to certify documentation. You didn't. And it? That's the thing. And then number 4 or 5, you forgot to submit both documentation, section 1 and section 2, separately or whatever. Ne? Number 5 or number 6, you forgot to address your documentation correctly. You know what? It's confusing. This company goes with this section 1, this section 2 goes to, people are confused. Ne? Some other thing, yeah, just like that. But doing the right thing, guys, you'll win a tender. Ne? Another thing is what you call pricing. Your pricing. Priceless, it? When you price, ne? On the tender document, there is that part whereby you need to mention breakdown, pricing breakdown. You break your price. Ne? You said, Lamatom, overheads, marketing, labor, and everything. That part you know about it. Ne? So you need to mention the percentages. From the 100%, you mention maybe from labor, 20%. That part is not like you put the 20%, 10% as you like. Ne? There's a magic there. There's a science there. Why are you putting 20%? Why are you putting 10% to labor? Why are you putting 10% to overheads and everything? Ne? It's just like it needs the whole day to go to the. We do have the Wednesday session. Ne? We do have the Wednesday session. Come to our Wednesday session whereby it's not like we are in a hurry. We shall calculate that. We shall take you step by step how to do it. Ne? But anyway, that part, when you put the percentage, look, the requirement of the tender document set is a security tender documentation. Are we together? Is a security, for example, is a security. You are submitting a security tender document. Ne? And then you know very much that security, it needs more of the labor side. Ne? So when you put this, the percentages there, labor must be more than any percentage. Ne? In case, there might be some escalation. There must be escalation. Maybe what? Your workers might need some increase and everything. Ne? So that percentage, it will give you a benefit when we want to maybe when we want to give you more money. When we have submitted, but there was this escalation of what do you call? There was this the tax I forgot the term. The tax during that tender process, tax is not a problem. It's the problem for the government, and it's where you have tendered during that moment. Taxi it was low. Now taxi and it's so you are requested to come back to us saying, I can't afford. The tax is high now. Ne? It's lawful you come back to us. The tax is high. Ne? I won't be able to pay my suppliers and everything. Ne? You come back. Then we shall negotiate with you. Ne? And then upon negotiating, we shall check on the tender document. How did you complete that part of breaking down the prices? Ne? That part, we shall go back to that before we can give you anything. Ne? Any escalation anyway. If now you have put the lesser point on that particular criteria we are requesting, maybe we said labor, we said I need to pay my suppliers. We shall go back and check the labor part, only the labor part. How much can we give you? If you said 10%, for example, you have stated 10%, we shall give you only that little of 10%. Ne? And then labor is the most important part for your delivery, for the security company. Are we all together on that part? Are we clear? If you're not clear today, we do have the Wednesday session. Mahala fela 10 o'clock, you come and sit. We shall teach you all about the tender documentation process. Now we can't do the whole tender documentation. But all the answers are here. Okay?
Mine is a very long question.
Long?
One, I just want to check as a government that when you sit down and evaluate, is the system working for the youth or for the country? Is it working? Or the same tenders that you are advertising, it's one and the same time, maybe companies that are benefiting? Is there a way where this tender thing, because it never works for me?
Thank you.
If maybe our government has had an interest of the youth, when you started to speak, you were saying the RFQ is less than $1 million. Whatever budget that you have, let's say you are having whatever, now means 1 million is still fine. Why don't you target to say with this 1 million, we want to capacitate 100 youth.
Okay.
And then from that 100 youth, you adopt the system, because to me, social development, their system, they are doing very well. You know, when you give a new enterprise 100,000 and you say they must supply cleaning material, he's still young, he doesn't know 100,000, it's the first time, you know. First thing that he will do, obviously want to set apart and buy whatever he was longing for years. But the system, social development, they are giving the items itemized. Are you with me? They are saying, in this 100,000, 10 rand is for salaries, 10 rand is for your phone, 10 rand is for electricity. You account. That is how you develop one. You know? Well, why can't we look at that as a department to say, all the RFQ, let not these big guys participate. Let all the small guys who are starting, let us give them a chance, and let us monitor them, and let us capacitate them. Because if you give a person 100,000, you said the 100,000, 10 rand, 10 rand, 10 rand, it's having its own items. After 3 months, you come and evaluate and check with, oh, this is the 10 rand well spent. Next year, when you advertise again, he has a chance again to say, with my record of handling the finance well, at least I can go to 200. But every time there's this tender, Sonto is there. You know, every time when we sit in this forum, it's youth unemployment. It seems as if our country is rounding in a circle.
Yeah.
And we don't come up. That is why I'm saying, as the department, is it working when you sit down and say, wow, 2024, we managed to capacitate 200 youth, their business are running. You know, we can go there and testify to say, look, we have monitored the fund, he can handle the funds well. Then why can't we give him a 200 more than the previous amount? Because I think the party tender system, it's not working for our country. All over, I'm not talking about youth. But if one department is doing well, why can't we adopt? Why can't we adopt? Because every day you come and present that the country is having 50 billions, but it's not benefiting. It's only benefiting 1, 2, 3 people. Rather, we even reduce the tendering system. And the department, let them invest back to the department institution. I'll make an example. You advertise to construct a road where you spend whatever billion. Why can't the department or the municipality or infrastructure, half of it, create the employment, take it back to the department and say, I want an engineer, I want a contractor, I want 5 bricklayers, and then we go to we go back maybe to salaries. At least we create employment. Sine show guthi lapha ngizoyenzani, I'll be earning a salary. But you take the bulk of money, you go to these tenders, the roads are not finished. Our countries, man, sense right.
Can we take
Yeah?
it to the dialogue?
Sense right.
We're gonna have a dialogue at the
Sense right.
Bare, can we take, no, it shall be attended, there is a dialogue, but at the end of the session, there will be a dialogue. Yeah, good one. But lastly, let me answer that. Ne? Government, there are a lot of opportunities for small companies, ne? Whereby they participate amongst themselves. Ne? That system is called PCAT. Is it for the first time knowing about the PCAT? You see now. The system is called PCAT. Ne? It captures only the RFQ of less than 30,000. Less than 30,000 is PCAT. Less than 30,000 is PCAT. If you want to be on the system of the PCAT, this is our documentation. On the yellow part, there is an email address. For that email address, you must ask anything. That email SM request anything, ask, complain, and everything. SM requests, we want to know from you, like in the dialogue you are saying now. SMS, say, I'm having this, we are not moving. How about this, hey, this, and this, and that? Ne? Use that email. Ne? SM request. Yeah. So we do have the PCAT for financials, less than 30,000. That's it. You have to register first and everything. They will tell you about the process there. Oh, good one. And then you said the tendering process. Yes, since I was working for this department, since I was going in and out, tendering, evaluating and everything, what I have realized, the problem is with us, the problem is with you suppliers. Ne? For example, ne? It's like we are not taking accountability. Ne? Like today I have said, I need questions. It's like, no, there's no question. Koro, you are so relaxed. There's no question. Ne? Stop to be relaxing too much. Be active. When you come here first, you must check your CSD every day. Seriously, there will be so lot of problems that I can attend. But I went to many sessions. People, they are just holding your arms. Question, CSD, when did you check your CSD report? I don't know. You see, but let's just be active, ne? Active to solve this real problem. That is why I'm saying I need the real problems. We are tired of the presentation. I can give the presentation, what, and go back. Ne? But me is not my style. I need the problems, the practical problems to be solved. Ne? Directly problem. But most of the time you find people are relaxing. There's no problem. Do you have problems? I don't have problems. You see? Let's be accountable sometimes. Us and now this time, the system, all the online accountability relies on you. I'll hear from you before I can know about your company. Ne? Accountability is from you, ne? Because it's a developing country. We want to hear where do you get stuck. Ne? It's not like I'm going to feed you with information. Then I want to grab from you. Then I give you back. Ne? We want more from you and then less from us. More problems, less explanation from us. Ne? Less presentation, but more problems. We need problems to be solved. Ne? Yeah. Oh, thank you very much. I'm still around. You can come as a personally, individually. I'm going to be there.
Emily, when I finish no fine. No fine because you really went overboard, but very valuable information. And as I said, we're going to have a dialogue at the end of the session where we'll be wanting to hear from everybody in the room, you know, all the challenges, the takeoffs for the day and everything. I think that's where we can holistically, you know, engage in that forum. Mr. Mashamba, unfortunately, I'm going to start with you. You've got 30 minutes, and that is the time that is allocated to you. If you go over that, I'm going to cut you off. And unfortunately, I'm sorry for that. We heard about the tendering, but winning a tender is only part of a journey. Financing is another. So our next presenter, Mr. Mashamba, will guide us on purchase order finance, ensuring no entrepreneur is left stranded between opportunities and execution. Mr. Mashamba. Sorry, there will be no tea, but we'll be having a working tea. You can just stand up and grab a tea, then come back and sit down and continue. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And good afternoon. Is it still morning? Yeah, good morning, everybody. I won't take long. My presentation is quite short, and I'll try to keep it as brief as I can. Maybe before I start talking about the purchase order funding strictly, I would like to spend just 5 minutes talking about funding readiness, because funding readiness cuts across any funding product that you want to access. I just left government probably 18 months ago. I was the last CEO of CIFA when it existed before. Okay, thank you. Before they formed what is called CEDFA now, which is an integration of CEDA, CIFA, and the Corps Bank, which was sitting in the National Treasury. One of the biggest challenges that we faced when I was still there was the challenge of funding readiness. And even if you look back, where's Tsepiso? When we were the DTI dealing with incentives in the early 2000s, the biggest provinces that were the uptakers of incentives was Western Cape, Gauteng, and KZN, Durban in particular. The rest of the other provinces and the townships and rural areas were not accessing most of those incentives. And the main driver was lack of funding readiness. And our people are really struggling to package deals, to package applications. I mean, I saw, and I was shocked last year before I left CIFA, Minister Stella launched something called Asset Assist, which is a grant of 250,000 to SMMEs to buy equipment. I was shocked that we didn't even want a business plan, for God's sake. We just wanted projections and quotations. It took close to 6 months to liquidate that budget because people just couldn't put together simple projections and definition of what I want to buy with this money. You know, and I think for me, even the SMMEs now who are in the financial services sector, we need to focus in providing that non-financial support so that people are able to put together those applications and business plans. Then the other one, which is a common sin that business people, small businesses commit, banking your business money in your personal account. There is what we call now, which is something that we were actually exposed to by Visa or MasterCard, one of the two, what they call character risk. There are several risks that a business faces, and as funders, we look at all the risks associated with the client. Character risk, for example, it will cover such things as someone who has defaulted, even in your Truworths account, because it shows that as a character, you don't like paying back money. And then we look at your card, your business card, which is why I said never spend or put your business money into a business account, because character risk will chow you. The moment we see expenditure in that place in Sentient, this is Golden Walk, whatever, character risk. That one is going to misappropriate funds and spend it on useless things. The moment we see massive expenditures of 20,000, 120,000 at a club at 1 a.m., character risk immediately. We're not going to control your money. But what we're saying, keep your personal life out of the business life, because we look at those things. And you'll wonder, why am I not getting money? I'm making money. I've got money, but I just wanted a loan. But your character is a risk because of your spending patterns. So I think for me, the biggest issue really is the question of funding readiness. And making sure that the presenter was talking about your SARS issues must be ready, your CIPC returns must be ready, your labor, all these related things, they must be ready, because you get kicked out of funding at the point where we call assessment, basic assessment, just to comply. Then they look at the character risk and other issues. The moment they pick up those things, you're not going to go to the next step. And now, most funders have introduced what is called loan origination system. People like Lulaland, they use this thing, Capitec and others. With the loan origination, we're taking away the human intervention. The system now does the basic assessment. It pulls your banks, it analyzes these abnormal transactions like your Golden Walk and whatnot, and Tops and nightclub and whatnot. Then it flags them. It pulls your SARS, it pulls your CIPC. By the time the person intervenes with your application, the system has done the aggregation of all that information, And now, unfortunately, we will not talk to the computer. It just gives you the data as it is, that this is the raw data, this person is not fundable, Now, coming back to this one, and I must say a happy Women's Month to all the ladies in the house. The company that I work for is called Royal Assets Holdings. I don't do lending. I'm an aggregator. I aggregate with funders who do purchase order funding. You're going to ask yourself why. I had, because I was working for a lending institution, one of the things I was not allowed to do for 12 months was to lend, which was a bit tricky because that's what I know better. So I said, okay, I'm not going to sit because my children must eat. I said, what I'll do, because let me step back a bit. CIFA is called CEDFA now, and I'm not going to be like trying to rule from the grave. It has got 3 basic lending portfolios. There's what is called direct lending, where you want to buy a service station, you want to buy a spa, you want to buy or set up a spa or any other franchise, be it a restaurant, and some of them. We did a lot of deals for people who were transporting coal in Mpumalanga, chrome in the northwest, and some were transporting fuel in the Northern Cape, because remember, Northern Cape, you need to move fuel from Durban or East London to the Northern Cape. And the rail system has collapsed, and most people are in the trucking business in that space. And some of them are moving manganese from Kathu to Port Elizabeth and whatnot. Those ones we funded under what is called direct lending. And I still believe they still have that. Then there's what is called wholesale lending. Wholesale lending, CIFA would give money to people like me to on lend to SMMEs. In the main, is for purchase order funding and what is called invoice discounting. Invoice discounting is basically, we have an invoice with let me rather use private sector, with a mining company. You've invoiced them, but they will pay you after 30 days or 60 days. Then we pay you, we give you, say, 80% of the value of the invoice. So that when that money comes back from your appointer or appointing company, we take our 80%, you get your money. But there are certain, government departments that we will not touch. Because if you fund those ones, you'll never see your money again. Yeah. Because remember, this is other people's money. I won't name those departments, but most funders, when you go in the PO, the first question they ask, which department? For example, when I was at CIFA, we knew that we'll never touch human settlements in the Eastern Cape because we lost about 70 million there. But remember, you sign a session that I'm going to give you this money, you're going to go and procure whatever you need to procure, then the money must come to me, I take my portion, I give you your money. Our colleagues in the government departments, they change the bank account of SIFA and remove it and put their friend's bank account, and the money is gone. You know. There are a couple here in Gauteng also, and it's a challenge to us government officials to stop breaching agreements, because that's a breach of contract. If you breach it for SIFA, a public entity, how much more for a small guy like me? You know. And remember, this man who borrowed, most of the RFIs, by the way, we are not allowed to tell you that this is SIFA money, because you turn around and say, it's government money, why should I pay it back? You know. Then the third lending element is your credit guarantee. Credit guarantee, SIFA provides credit guarantee to banks to provide loans to SMMEs. And we were strict that we say for loans of this size, you will give them only to people in the rural and township-based businesses, but also you give them to what we call predominantly black women, youth, and people with disabilities. And also the population spread must be 70% black, you know. Most of banks do it, but as a general rule, they are not allowed to disclose. Because again, once people know that my loan at ABSA or FNB or Gai is guaranteed by government, we never pay back, you know. So the general rule, don't disclose which bank. But the banks, they know when you come, SMME, you meet this criteria, they'll give you the loan at the back of the guarantee that SIFA provides. So coming back to my presentation, I felt I must just share that history for the benefit of the audience. The main problem here really, if you look for the challenges that you face, and they are not new to you colleagues. 98% of SMMEs, with 70% facing significant working capital and cash flow constraints. We look at payments which vary around this. The 30 to 90 day, you'll say why. When you get a tender, you are given 30 days to deliver the work. And then government, if you're lucky, will pay you after 30 days. I say if you're lucky. I mean, I had a guy who came crying to my office in around April. No, it was May. He supplied a certain government department, and we're still busy debating as government on the budget issue, whether it's going to pass or not pass. Interest was 450,000 rands a month. Now do the numbers. He supplied in December, January, February, March, April, May, 400,000 by 5. That guy, when that government payment comes through, he will still owe the lender because all the interest and everything has been wiped off. You know what that does, colleagues? People start pricing that risk into the product that they supply government. If something is going to cost me 500,000, with the risk of 5 months not being paid, and I having to pay another between 100,000 and 400,000 interest, I need to price that risk. And then people start charging something, 500,000, they start charging 1.5 million, and we get shocked. But it's because of our failure to meet the expectations of the SMMEs. You know, there's another project we're doing, I won't name, it's national government. It was April. It's 3 months now. No payment. This month end is going to be 4 months. We've got an office to rent, we've got salaries to pay. You know, what that means, you need to go and raise a loan, overdraft facility from your banker, pay the rent and what we call and your salaries. Then you're not going to charge government interest. When that money comes, you must settle that loan. Because you can't tell people stories that, no, I've not been paid. So the biggest killer of SMMEs is us in government. You know, it's us. You know, and really, hence they start pricing ridiculously because the risk is just too high to bear. Look, the banks are very, very reluctant to provide funding to SMMEs. The reason why then CIFA, I would say, came up with it's called retail financial institutions, the intermediaries. These are the people that CIFA lends money to lend SMMEs. I know PIC advertised, I think last month, that they are getting into that space. And IDC, I know they've gotten into that space also to provide what to call lending to these intermediaries to lend to SMMEs. The beauty about those intermediaries, I'll speak for the CIFA ones, I won't speak for IDC and PIC because I don't know. At CIFA, we kept the interest. If we give you money, we'll tell you, you can't charge more than this interest to SMMEs. And then we will have an arrangement how we bridge the losses that the RFI must incur in terms of interest charged. You know, there's what is called TRAP, the Township and Rural Entrepreneurship Program. The interest rate there, guys, is money for JAM. It's 5%, that thing, interest rate. And it's up to $1 million if they have not changed it. Of which 250,000 is a grant, you know. But you have to have patience at CIFA because they can take years. I think it's because of the merger, things have become much, much slower. One of the issues is that what we've seen actually with corporates, particularly mining in the Northwest, Limpopo and Mpumalanga, there is a keen interest to finance what we call SMMEs. And that's one area where we provide purchase order funding to SMMEs who want to participate, not to start a mine. For example, some will be, I remember there's a guy we funded in the Northwest. He wanted to buy something called a hammer. It's a massive machine that crushes the rocks, you know. I think 600,000, 800,000, that thing, you know. And we fund those because he's not doing mining, but he's providing mining services. That others will be doing painting and other maintenance in the mine. Those are the areas where, and lenders are very keen to provide funding because they don't have the risk of 3 months delayed payment you get from government. So don't look at government. By the way, in the GDP nationally, only 30% of government contributes to GDP. 30%, 70% is sitting in the private sector. And most of us from the we want to fight over that 30%. And other people who have become richer since the new democracy are actually focusing on the 70%. You know, we need to look at the opportunities also in the private sector, and the risk is lesser compared to what we face in the public entities and government. Be careful of the machonistas. There are lenders out there. Those ones are not regulated because, remember, with us who are borrowing from government, you need to have the NCR certificate in the first place so that you don't charge interest that are out of kilt. For sure, I've seen people who come to me and say, I was charged 30% interest. You're like, 30%, you're working for this guy, most. You know, because how much is your margin if interest is going to be 30%? So do avoid. They are easy because some of them, they run with cash. Then I'll give you cash now, but I'm going to take your arm in return for that cash, you know. And the thing is that once you get into that space, you're going to be caught up in this cycle of working for these machonistas, you know. So I think do look at these intermediaries. And look, as I said, we charge the fees. For example, the interest would be between your, I'll come back to interest. We charge fees of less than 15%, or rather up to 15% compared to competitors. Remember I said these guys charge 30%. We partner with some industry players to actually facilitate access to funding. One of the things that we picked up is that there's a lot of money sitting in ESD and social whatever in corporates. And most of them, you find that they throw it into soccer, with due respect to soccer players and this and that. But there is an opportunity, and we said we want to partner with these corporates to actually help them. Because there are these organizations that are working in the ESD space. And we said, listen, you identify the players, we'll provide funding, for those people. And the beauty about them, most of the corporates, they'll say, listen, if you're pledging 50 million, we're going to pledge 50 million. And some of them, they will say, our 50 million is a grant. I'm not talking theory. I did that job when I was still at CIFA with British Petroleum. They said, listen, here's 50 million. We want you to bring us SMMEs to partake in the value chain of BP oil. Our 50 million is a grant. Put 50 million and I put 100 million. I said, let's go. Sasol, same space, they put 150 million, we put 150 million to participate, but you must only be doing business with Sasol to access that money. For BP, you must only be doing business with BP. And I was saying to the team when I was still there, that these are the partnerships that government should be actually forming with the private sector. Instead of saying these political statements, you saw I'm a politician in my other life. The private sector is on an investment strike. There's so many trillions sitting in the private sector. But what are we doing as government to work with the private sector to unlock those balance sheets? And those are some of the activities we said. And I told myself, I'm going to do this thing beyond the grave at CIFA now, what I mean. So we need to access private sector funds and participate in that 70% colleagues of the GDP. Don't just focus on the 30% of government. There's 70% out there in the private sector that we're not touching. We like men to have long-term relationships with our clients, because I don't want to be doing an assessment of you and your character risk and whatnot. Once we loan you money, we understand that you pay back, then it's easier. I mean, we will pay you, give you your money within 24 hours. There's some of our standing clients we know. Telephone call, email, guys, I want another facility of a 2 million within 12. Why? We know the character, we know his payment patterns, and we've done business with him. And the danger that you guys do, you run around testing different, what we call lenders. And you're going to be frustrated because every lender is going to take that time to validate whether your business is genuine. In fact, even this issue of the fake tenders, we're going to take time. Go and come to me and say, I must supply tomorrow. I don't know you. I don't even know whether this tender or purchase order is valid. And most of you, you hate it when you call the department to verify the PO. Why am I not going to do that? I need to know that this is not a fraudulent, what we call purchase order. So, but if you maintain a relationship, for me, I know this one. We've done business with them. It's easy to finance them, but we will still verify the authenticity of the purchase order. This is just what we call, colleagues, a process where we apply for this. We need customer information and application provided. Credit check, we do those. Like the previous presenter said, that we check your credit record, even your personal credit record, because it's very difficult for an SME use a one-man show or one-woman show to separate the two. So please keep your credit record and your SARS always up to date. I remember I was fighting with this other gentleman. He wanted money urgently. I was still at CIFA at the time. He said, but you delayed this application. Last week, Friday, I was compliant. Kiremren, you must be married every day. You can't be divorced on Monday, Friday, you are married. You need to comply with tax. And the reason why we delay, we want to check exactly that, We do, for example, now what we do also for ensuring that our money comes back, we open a second bank account with you and your details as a sub-account in your CSD. And we make sure that we are also signatories there so that we don't change it. There's still a risk because people, they go behind our backs to the treasury and change the logging details and the bank accounts. But again, it's new people that we don't know. Our existing clients, we don't see that kind of behavior. And FNB does allow us to open those second bank accounts that we actually use as a form of an escrow account. I said it, the interest per month is between 3% and 4% because we're governed by CIFA, who are the main lenders. We'll see a PIC, how much they're gonna charge us, and we'll see IDC, how much, because we need to cover the interest that these organizations charge us. As I said, payment, the PO is between 30 and 90 days. We do open that 3PIN bank account, as I said, and also cession of bank accounts, debtors and shares, and also we need suretyship from the shareholders of the company. Look, this is now okay. I said to you, I'm an aggregator because of my limitations, because of my previous job. We aggregate with some of the funders that I know. And what I usually do when clients approach me, I say, listen, looking at your deal, your best funder would be this one. Because of the following reasons: interest, turnaround times, and the what you call the quantum. For example, if you look at the Idlata investments, they will only give you up to 1 million for PO. You know, you can Google them, you'll find them online. As I wrap up, I see the chairperson is here. Then you have NISA Finance also. NISA will provide funding up to 2 million, and the interest is the same range. You can also Google them. And yes, as I said, mine is Royal Assets, and we're busy launching Watch the Space, a new fund. Now that I'm out of the cooling off period, we're going to be going straight into the market, but we still continue working with this because we still want to be an aggregator. And also, I think by next week, we'll be announcing a fintech bank that operates in the same space as your Capitec. We're working with some people from Belgium and Stellenbosch, and we're gonna, because we wanted that footprint to be accessible. And I can't disclose because I'm going to Cape Town tomorrow to finalize that deal, and I can make things worse if I were to disclose, but we will be publishing that so that when we need funding, we're not gonna just provide funding now, we're gonna provide you with all the banking needs that people are not. Our goal really as Royal Assets is to provide access to banking for the unbanked, particularly people in the township and rural areas. You know, when we did a study in my other life as I close, we found that in the townships, there were about only 30% of SMEs that were banked. And you know what is the biggest risk in the township? Is cash holding. You don't want to hold cash if you're running a spaza shop in the township. And we're saying you need to transition now. There's nobody who doesn't have a bank card to tap at a spaza shop. Why expose yourself by keeping cash? You know? So we say move away from holding cash because you're just going to get yourself short. Best thing, transition, people must tap. Even if a person comes to your business, say, I want to buy this thing cash. Say, listen, here's my bank account, go and deposit it and bring me proof of deposit. I'm not going to hold cash. And you must put it out there in your spaza shop that we don't hold cash here. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Mashamba. Earlier on, when we had Mrs. Muntle on the podium, she had mentioned a documentary that she has watched. The documentary's name is Social Dilemma. It's on Netflix, so you can all watch it and get empowered. Our next speaker, Ms. Desiree Fenter from Microsoft. Ma'am, you've got 20 minutes to your presentation and 10 minutes for questioning. So if you go over your 20 minutes, we're not gonna have time for questions.
No, all good,
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Tina. I've still got somebody else's presentation on here. Thanks. Sorry. Yes, this is me. Cool. Ooh, this is just. Yeah, good. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to watch where I step because I'm wearing these stilettos. Okay, my name is Desiree Fenter. I work for Microsoft. I service Gauteng Provincial Government as a customer success account manager. Now, as a customer success account manager, I'm absolutely responsible to ensure that my customers are successful with the technology that they have purchased from us. I'm not a salesperson, and I don't ever do public speaking, so please bear with me today. Today I'm talking about smart skills and a smart economy. So we'll start out by looking at what a smart economy is. It's utilizing technological innovation, efficient use of our resources, sustainability to boost the societal well-being and economic competitiveness. It utilizes digital technologies and artificial intelligence, big data, to ensure that we streamline our operations and our resources effectively. We encourage entrepreneurial spirit and business prospects with the goal of improving the overall quality of life for all of our citizens. Now, we all know the divide. We are often part of the divide. On the one side, we see our communities where young people are eager to work. The opportunities are scarce. Small businesses are struggling. And I see many of you in the room talking about this today. We don't have access to the technology, the digital access, data affordability, and basic training. On the other side, we also see a fast-growing digital economy. We see cloud, artificial intelligence. We see new jobs in this economy, and the opportunities are very real, but they are unfortunately not accessible to everybody and the people that need them the most. I've added a young girl here, and I've called her Naledi. She is not just a young woman, she represents so many in our communities. She is potential. She's representing the untapped talent in our communities. She's a mother with dreams, not just for herself, but for her children and her community. She is resilient, and despite the setbacks that she keeps facing, she keeps on trying. She has courage. She knows the unknown spaces, and even if she's afraid, she keeps trying to be better. She really is every South African. Now, where we all fit in is to bridge the gap together. That's where all of you need to step in with every decision, every policy, every service that you provide to government. We need to lay down the foundation of this bridge. Together, we bring three powerful aspects. We have vision. We all have vision, seeing beyond today's challenges and into tomorrow's opportunities. A vision about reimagining what Gauteng can become if we invest in our smart skills. Accessibility, and we talk about this a lot in the room today as well.
to make sure that the opportunities and the platforms that we are using and the training is available and accessible to every single citizen. And that's regardless of your background and your resources that are available to you. And then importantly, smart skills. Not only for the community, but for every one of you. This is to make your daily work easier, the policy smarter, your services faster, and the solutions need to be more impactful. It's your fluency with these digital tools that will strengthen the foundation of this bridge. So let's look at the importance of smart skills. So smart skills are the combination of digital, cognitive, problem-solving abilities to enable people and ICT tools to confidently and creatively unlock the opportunities in a digital economy. It's a lot of words, but in short, it really is just the technical know-how. Smart skills goes beyond the fluency of how our ICT services work, and to really utilize them using your cognitive and creative application to help solve the real problems. It's improving our public services and running a business, helping a community to thrive. It needs to be future ready. It needs to be inclusive and impactful to ensure that it's accessible to all of the citizens. So these stepping stones for our citizens, they are for us too. We need to move on from our digital literacy to digital fluency and on to smart skills. When we move through these phases, we are not just crossing the bridge ourselves, but we are building it as we go. Okay, so I'll just quickly explain the difference between our digital literacy and digital fluency. Basically, the digital literacy talks about the tools that we are using in our everyday life. It's from using your laptop, your computer, and the programs that are made available to you. But when we look at digital fluency, this is what I like to call boss lady level or the street smarts. It's when we start using these services to advance. So I don't want to do a call to action. I really want to call it a call to courage. To all of you to make sure that you are upskilling yourselves and becoming bold when we are using these services. I myself am not a techie. I studied arts and humanities, and today I work for Microsoft. I often have to, on calls, still explain to people that I really am not technical, but I like to solve the problems and I'm brave, especially in today's world where we have lots of AI available to us. Be bold when you prompt, be bold when you ask. Use your language skills and get creative in how we're working in an ICT field or not. The world is moving at a very fast pace, and if we don't use these services that are available to us, we are left behind. Developing our digital skills is always going to be a blended learning experience. There are a couple of things that I want you to pay attention to when we are looking at your skilling. You are going to have a cloud literacy, just understanding what the cloud is and how we operate in a hybrid cloud environment. We need to understand that the data that sits behind the systems, how we use these data to solve the problems. We talk about entry-level data earlier when we're talking about the tendering system. Data is massively important, and as you solve for the problems that you are tendering for, or if you're a government and we're trying to bring out a service to our citizens, it is very important to take note what data you will require to do what you are striving to do. And then we also spoke earlier about being aware of cybercrime. it is massively important that you are always aware that cybercrime is around and how we're going to protect ourselves against it. So to bridge the gap for future readiness, we need to ensure that we are continuously learning. For lots of us, it's scary, and the technology keeps changing, but it is massively important to try and upskill yourself on a regular basis. At times, you reskill and continually upskill and maybe even unlearn things that we've used in the past. And then, as I've mentioned, this smart skills development. How are we using these tools to solve for problems? If you have a computer open or a smartphone, you are welcome to try and search. It really is easy if you go on Google or Edge browser and you look for MS Learn or Microsoft Learn. You can put in any topics over there. For example, and I've asked today to talk a little bit about Azure, you're welcome to put in Introduction to Azure, which is our cloud platform. You can search training for Azure. You can use any other topic like cybersecurity or dynamics, whatever tools you are hoping to use. And you will see that this platform is really assisting provincial governments. You can also go to esi.microsoft.com. You'll have to register using your GPG email address, and then you'll see that this platform is free. Okay, unlocking opportunities with Azure, storage, networking, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and analytics. It is flexible and scalable according to your needs, and it will empower you with some tailored solutions where you can create and build your own custom solutions on this platform. Again, anybody with a credit card can go and open up their own Azure account. It doesn't need to just be a big corporation. The opportunities, as I've mentioned, on the cloud computing, artificial intelligence growth, where we, Internet of Things, where we can look at monitoring, automation, and big data analytics, where we are using the insights to make our business decisions. It really does not matter what problem you are trying to solve for. All I'm asking is that you are creative in your application. Try and think of ICT, of the tools to achieve, to bridge the gaps for citizens like Naledi. That's it. Do we have any questions for me?
In the house, if you can just please welcome them for all. Please welcome, let's welcome Mr. Uyandiswa Sokhanyile from Connector to come and give us a presentation on how to do the.
Sorry, I don't have a president. 10 minutes of questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. All protocol observed. Okay. It is a pleasure to be here today and to celebrate this month with all you beautiful ladies. And thank you to the gentlemen as well that have joined us. We can't have these conversations on our own. Unfortunately, I don't have a presentation. I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing, but I'm going to require you to listen, and I'm sure this is how we're going to test your memory as well. But what I talk about is something that we do on a daily basis. It is the life that we are living already. So now we just need to go deeper and unpack further and see what are our daily habits like and how we can convert those daily habits into monetization opportunities, how we can actually grow online and grow our businesses. One thing I just want to take note also is just the significance of this month and the 9th of August. For me, it just shows the impact we have as women. It shows the impact when women decide to stand up and take charge and take control of their lives. The march is also one of those to say, we can do more when we work together. That applies right across in our lives. The sense of community, even online, that is still what we require. I just want us to keep that in mind. And also the impact of what can happen and how we can change our lives when we decide to stand up. I reflect on Mamu Miriam Makeba, who spoke at the United Nations and made history. If you want to see how a woman so politely and so gently in a very fragile, small voice made a change, Google the Miriam Makeba United Nations speech. You will be inspired. That shows that we can all make a difference. So, background, my name is Yandisa Sokanyila from Mount Aleph, a small town in the Eastern Cape. I'm sure most of you don't know. It's one of those tiny villages from there. I'm the CEO and founder of telecoms communications and consulting firm called Connector. The previous speaker from Microsoft spoke about, Desiree, she spoke about not being technical. I find myself in a space where I deal with telecommunications and ICT. I come from entertainment. That's my background. I come from marketing, but I was able to pivot and get into telecommunications. So I want you to take note. It means it doesn't matter what you studied, what your experience is, but if you have passion and you can do enough research, you can get into any industry. You can start a business in any industry. All you need is the grit, is the information, and have resources and also build a community that can assist you and grow with you. So that is very important. With digital now, this is an opportunity for everyone. We all have cell phones, we all have, we're online, you have internet access, whether you have it consistently, but you do have access to internet, you do have access to phone. Most people have got social media accounts already. Already you've got a digital presence. Now it's to look at how do you turn your digital activities into a business. So there's many ways you can actually do that. So I'll focus on 3 ways of how you can actually turn your activity online into a digital business. 1, you need to look at the stats first and understand 44 million people are online in South Africa. 44 million. That is your market that you have. And if you didn't know, South Africa is the #1 consumer of internet globally. Our people are spending 9.5 hours a day online on the internet. It is far beyond any other country in the world. So we're leading. You see? So you've got an audience there already, right? So how do you then tap into this 4.4 million? Another research is that what is interesting is what are those people doing online? Can you take a guess? What are the most searched websites? Okay, we'll take TikTok. Anyone else? What do you think people are doing searching? Most searched online sites? Take a guess. I don't have gifts and photos. I'm sorry. Okay, I will tell you. Eh? Uh-huh. Did you get it on ChatGPT? Hey, lying. Okay. You won't believe. Hollywood bets. Betway. The weather. Music. So that tells you about the state of the country. We have people We have people online, or SASA as well. So that tells you something. It's concerning because it means people are finding a way, own online business. You know, the Shopify makes it so much easier for you to start your business. The tech is there already. You don't have to be a techie. All you have to do is to have a product that you want to sell. A lot of people are just sitting at home, especially these Gen Zs, millennials, all of these young ones, I don't know, Gen something. Those ones, they do nothing. They just get a thing, they go to Tem or whoever and say, oh, okay, this I can get for 5 rand, then and go and sell it to this side for 15 rands. They do nothing. Drop shipping, they don't touch the asset, they don't stock anything. They just buy a product this side, it gets sold that side, they make their money. Simple things like that, but you just need to get and start understanding the business, learn. Sometimes you see frequently asked questions, what, and you're thinking, no man, I don't have time. Please do have time for that, because that's how you are going to know how to do this. Go on YouTube. There are a lot of people who are giving classes. There's another lady who does take a lot. What's her name? Noltando somebody. I'll get the name. But she also does classes and coaching people in terms of how they can get their businesses online. So there's a lot of opportunities around the e-commerce space. So even if you've got any business, you need to be online. You can even start from your website. You know, use your social media for business. Create a business account. How many people have got LinkedIn profiles? Are you on LinkedIn? Are you active on LinkedIn? Do you post? Do you comment? Exactly. So these are platforms that you use. They are free. People are selling on Instagram. People are selling on TikTok. Don't just follow and laugh and get into challenges. Put your business out there. The time that you're spending is the time that you can be converting into money. So you use your social media, right? You use that because it becomes an easier sell. Some people are selling on WhatsApp. Sell your perfumes, you put on your status, you know, you take that as a business. You market your services through your, because you already built this audience, where that's people that you know that have got your numbers, those are the people that will support you first. Then you extend it to the bigger reach of what you have, which is your social media audience. Then you take it to your website. You can even get websites now to develop. It's actually quite cheap. You even just need one page with a call to action, contact me, or press here to press an order. So it is just that simple to start with your e-commerce. And e-commerce is one of the biggest and growing sectors in the country. So you need to check how Shein and these platforms have taken over. That tells you people now no longer care. They don't, you know, a few years ago, you wouldn't think I'll just go and buy clothes. We're scared, you buy something from China, it comes up, you buy a size 10, it comes like a size 4. You know, now people are so used to buying online. Everyone is online, everyone is buying. So these are the things that we need to look at and say, how do I bring that into my business, right? How do I take my product online? And the more, think about the 44 million people. You can only sell to the people that you know. It's going to take you time to grow, but the only way you're going to grow your business is by taking your business online. That is not a choice. It's a matter of fact. If you're not doing it as yet, you better start doing it now. That is the only way you'll get recognized and you'll get people to actually support you. Number 2, we all have skills. Doesn't matter what your skill is. It could be, you know, your business development, new venture creation, it's funding, you make perfumes, you make candles, anything. You can create online courses. You can sell your knowledge. You know something, you can sell. You've got expertise in something. You can package that, right? And people can actually buy those. And what the nice thing about digital products, that's what we call a digital product, because once you have created the course, Kaiwan, that thing can sell. You make money while you're sleeping. You only create the course once, and you can sell it to over 200,000 people, 2,000 people, or how many ever people. And there are platforms that are there that can assist you to actually sell those courses. Udemy is one of them. A lot of people do courses on Udemy, and those courses are cheap. You start from 290, and you can be that person that creates the course as well. And trust me, people are looking for everything. You know, people are looking for how to use Excel. You know, so don't think. You can also do searches. ChatGPT can help you also to say, what are the most search courses? What are the most courses that people are looking for? You know, it will give you that, and you start looking and saying, can I be able to create? But you look at that with your niche, because there's no way you can have 12 years of experience and that experience just sits with you. You know, you need to apply it. If you can't apply it in a work environment, you can apply it in a course format that you can create and you sell. You know, that cuts across in any industry. You're in tourism, you know, tell people how to start a B&B. What are the things, compliances? What are the compliance, you know, that you need to follow? There are so many people looking for information out there, but people now don't want to go to school, or even the school doesn't offer the courses that you can actually be able to provide information. You look at entertainment, ma'am. You've been managing artists management course, how to build a brand, how to sustain your brand for 20 years, or whatever. Anyone can do this. People are looking for that information. Culture. Teach people about culture, heritage, tradition. There is so much that you can do. You might have things that are your skills, you might have your passions. You can combine those, you can use those and create courses and actually make sure that you sell online. One of the other business streams that you can actually look at is content creation. So with content creation, you're creating also your own media. It takes time. You can create. You see a lot of people are doing podcasts. They're getting endorsements. They're doing partnerships with companies. You might be running an HR company. You start an HR podcast. You bring in HR executives or experts. By doing that, you're already building a relationship with the other people that you might get business from as well. It's not just you talking to them, but you know that I can come back to these people. They are my potential clients. You know, you start the conversation. At that time, you're also growing your audience. So you look at now, people say, oh, influencers, that is a whole new market. Before you had to be a celebrity and wait to be on TV, continuity presenter or whatever, media has changed. Advertisers are no longer looking to place an ad on TV or on radio. They want real-time analytics. They want somebody who's going to give me stats and say you had so many views, so many engagements, so many conversions. So the digital media space is something that is growing and that you can capitalize on. And you can create a business. You can use what you have to create that media as well. It doesn't have to be perfect. People always wait for, I need to have the lighting, I need to have these things, you can start with your social media platform. And you become deliberate about your brand, who you are in that space, what you want to do, and who you are targeting. If you're good in doing hair, start doing hair, and you know, and you start showing what you can do. Because from there, people start seeing you and they start resonating with what you do. So they start to know your character. Brands are seeing that, companies are seeing that, and they want to associate with that as well. And also, what you need to do to thrive in the online space is the continuous learning. You learn every day. Look at what others are doing. You know, there's a lot of information on YouTube. Sometimes it might be too much. Focus on where you want to start. Start with one thing and say, I want to create a course. Then you can check online, how do I create courses? What platforms will give me great exposure? What is the easier one? There is nothing that is not available that is a digital tool. From you creating that course, there's a platform that will give you the platform to create the course. Now you've got AI. I know AI is still another story, but AI is real. It saves you time, but don't let it do all the work for you because we can see. Right? Let it enhance your work. You write and say, polish this. This is a tone that I'm going for, and this is the outcome, but it must be your work. Some people copy the thing that says ChatGPT says, and then they go in and put it on their status, like, kanjalo. You know, because I think you feed it information, so she searches for the same thing, it gives her the same thing. So now both of you have got the same content. It's like, how is that possible? Word for word. And you know when it's an AI generated, ChatGPT has got that dash and 1, 2, 3. I tell it, stop this thing, don't give me this thing, forget about your normal, usual self. I want it in this manner because it is trained to do it this way. Right? So use that to buy back your time. Anything that you want, you start there. You want to create this, I want to start my YouTube channel, or I want to go online and promote my business. Can you give me, and you need to be detailed with your prompting, right? Don't give it a generic thing. Say, hey, I want to start a YouTube channel. It will give you a YouTube channel thing. You must be saying, I'm a woman, this is my age, and this is the person that I am. Here's my LinkedIn profile. And here's my social media, access that and check where am I lacking, how can I improve on this and that. You go to that level of detail. It will give you exactly to that level that you want. But if you say, oh, please upgrade my social media profile, it will just do a generic. It will give you like everybody else. So you start there. AI must be your best friend. From today, you use it. People are worried about cybersecurity and where I come from, we didn't have electricity for the longest time because people said the ancestors are not going to come. Look at us now. So AI is like that. Whether you are scared of it, oh, data, what, they already have your data. You've got social media presence. I can screen you today and tell you exactly who you are. That I can do without needing anything. And this is why it's very important also who you are online, how your business is perceived online. Twitter can be very toxic. People are talking. Like, if you can scream that people that are talking on Twitter, you just put their profiles, they'll just keep quiet. Do you understand? Because you realize that this is not my target audience. This person is bored. Maybe they don't have anything else to do. Then the only thing they can do is to spend and become part of those 9.5 hours that they spend. So as you go online, please be very cautious of how you present yourself, of how you show up, how you profile your business, and also have a website if you've got a business. That's just the basic. It gives you a lot of credibility. Don't use your Gmail. Have your whatever at whatever name, at least host the website, have a website, even if it's one page. That is a starting point of going online. So recap, 3 things you can do. E-commerce, it's a potential. You can do, sell your products, sell your service, also platforms that pay you for research. Go to ChatGPT and say, I am a qualified what. How can I make money online? It will also guide you. 2, but it's for you to start selling and putting your products out there. Start creating content that is aligned to your business, to your passions, and how you want the world to questions.
Thank you so much. Yeah, please. Thank you so much. Yeah, please. For lunch, we're going to have a 30-minute lunch break. Lunch is going to be served just here. You can just stand up and dish up for yourself. My beautiful speakers, just remain seated. I will direct you where you must go for lunch. 30 minutes it will cover, and I don't want to keep you here until late, but I would love that even the speakers that have already spoken, if they could stay for the dialogue in the afternoon. I understand that some, have some, prior engagement, they won't be here, but those that can, please, I would appreciate if you can remain with us. Thank you. Okay, just a quick one. The speakers, all the speakers that have spoken, if you can all come on stage for a photo. I think even those
Maximize your listening experience when you download the latest Spotify app for Google TV. Watch video podcasts, kick back to your favorite albums, or focus on the music with the brand new dark mode that hides the visuals and keeps you in the moment. Tap the banner to learn more. Groove while you move with Spotify Premium. And you'll always bring the vibes wherever you go. Just download and go to listen offline. Get 3 free months before it ends. Cancel anytime. Tap the banner to learn more.
Wow.
I was fine, Anna, yeah.
Yeah, we want to test the video.
Oh, but we're starting now. Sorry.
Okay.
Shall we?
This is the video. It's playing now.
No, it's not a video. No, dude. Okay, you'll see when the video comes. I'll show you. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I trust you had a good lunch and that you're finishing up the lunch and still enjoying it. Please don't stop. Do continue. We're women, we can multitask, I think. I just want to thank Program Director. Thank you so much for your beautiful introduction. And then also to the department for inviting us. The department's long-standing stakeholders of Proudly South African. Today is very special for me because I'm in my hometown, Boksburg. I'm very, very special. So special, I dragged my mom out, and I've been working at Proudly South African since the 1st of April 2017, and it's the first time that she's going to see me in action on stage. I have to be on best behavior. Also, I want to say a disclaimer, a few rooms down, in 1999, I was dressed up in my ball gown for my matric farewell here. So it's very special. It was Mambo number 5, was song 1. And song 2 was Calcutta. So it was very, very special to be here. I'm also, I went to Boksburg High. That's my claim to fame, yes. Sure. So it gives me great pleasure to talk about the Proudly SA mandate, what we do, what we keep busy with, what value we think we bring for members. And, given all the testimonials we receive from them, we think we're on the right path. So if you own a business and you are not yet a member of Proudly South African, hopefully this could be something that could be of interest to you. So looking at our mandate, Proudly South African, what we do is we lobby for each and every procuring entity in the public sector, the private sector, and the consumer. We urge them to buy local. We also do a lot of education on the importance of localization.
So if you have a business, you contribute to the creation or retention of jobs, skills development, economic development, empowerment, and there's a whole long list. Improved living standards. If you have a job, then of course your procuring decisions will be different. So localization is all centered around this messaging, and that's the education that we do put out there. Now, if you think about, is it necessary to have a buy local campaign? If you look at what happened in the furniture industry, just by way of example, you'll see that in 1999 there were 3,000 plants. And then fast forward 20-something years, it's a third of what it used to be. And same with the direct jobs. We had 50,000 direct employees in the sector. Now we have less than 25,000. So that has halved. And it's purely because of the imports that we have succumbed to. And that also then directly talks to the next slide. If you think about it, you're sitting on a chair. Imagine if one element of that chair had to be imported. That then breaks the value chain. So if you had a supplier that maybe supplied the steel to you, they closed down, where do you go? And that's what's happened. Everybody had to close their doors because we are importing whole products into the country. So if you think about it, who gets affected? Manufacturers of all different types of components, even chemicals, the glue, the companies producing the glue are affected, steel, textiles. You're also looking at timber. We have lots of forests here that grow beautiful wood for furniture. They also get affected. So it's a massive value chain that's interrupted when one factory closes down. So as Proudly SA, we do our best to keep industry alive and well. And how do we do that? By creating demand for the domestic market. We also, especially during COVID, there were a lot of localization naysayers. So the very smart people who write newspaper articles said localization is too expensive. So yes, it might be expensive, but what do we get in return for localization? So if you think about each and every one of us can play a part. We can decide that today, from today, every piece of clothing we purchase is made in South Africa. It's a 10% change in how you procure could make a big, big difference. And we're asking the same of companies to do that so that everybody plays a part, we keep the demand within the country, and so local industry can flourish and hopefully grow. So if a company makes a 10% different procurement decision to favor local manufacturers, then it could mean that there's almost 76,000 jobs created in the medium term. So we did this study looking at all the different sectors in manufacturing. It's available on our website. Please go and have a look, and you'll see that it does pay to buy local. So our key focus areas, we looked at who buys, so the public sector, private sector, consumer. We lobby for them to choose local. But now the fourth focus area of what we do is we then promote accessibility of locally made products. It's all good and well to say, hey, SA, buy local, but if you don't know where to find local, it's a problem. So if you look at our Buy Local campaign, South Africa is not the only country of its kind. Even the economically strong countries have an initiative to get the people living within the borders of their country to buy local. So do we, through Proudly South African. And this slide just showcases that we've consulted other Buy Local campaigns. We've also given lots of advice. If you look at what we've done with Buy Zambia, Swazi, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Mauritius, and Tunisia, we've worked with these countries to help guide them on what has worked for us. So we're very, very happy to share information. So yes, we do the education on the importance of localization, but we promote unashamedly our membership base. And the reason being is that we vet them in accordance with 4 key criteria, so we can vouch for them. So first and foremost, I just want to see if the logo's there on the right-hand side, it's a bit small here. But first and foremost, you'll see the colors of the national flag. So if you are a local manufacturer, if you are a service provider, that's rendering services locally, we check for local content. And how we do that, if you're manufacturing, we ask you, where do you get your raw materials from? Where do you get your components from? Now remember that furniture slide I showed? We know industry has been depleted. So we know there aren't a lot of local options in terms of raw material and components for now. So we know you might have to bring those in, but for us, it's where the conversion takes place. So it's the value add. If you're making product in a factory, if you're assembling locally, or if you're converting or transforming those raw materials into a finished product, then you do adhere to our criteria for local content. But if there's any question in that regard, we say 50% of the final cost of production of the product must take place within the borders of the country. And if you're a services provider, we ask, who do you buy from? Where do you buy from? So that's how we check to see local content for you. Quality, so it really depends on the regulator of each industry. So if you're manufacturing locally, say you're in the medical field, you may be doing a surgical mask, we ask for you to have a SAPRA license. If you're a caterer or make food products, you might have to have a food acceptability certificate. So it will depend on each industry, and we look at what the regulator requires for each industry. And we ask for a certificate. So you might send us test results, you might send us an ISO certificate. If you're in an industry that's not regulated, we ask for testimonials from corporates. So you might be a clothing designer, then there's no regulation there. Then we ask for the testimonial from corporates. So we don't want to exclude anyone. That really is the whole point. And then we also check to see if you're a responsible corporate citizen. So are you adhering to fair labor practices? Are you also looking after the environment when you operate? So those are the 4 things that we test before we invite a company to become a member. If you've got your documents in place, membership could take a day. It really is a quick process. You get to fill out a membership application form. We've got a team of 6 people in the office that will be there on the phone to assist you. We receive the documents, your CIPC form also, and then we send you an invoice, and I'll share the membership fee with you later. We're saving the best for last because it's at a good price. And then where do we lie in the whole scope of what does Proudly SA offer that's different? And if you've got any questions about that, it is always most certainly, we are your access to market partner. Access to markets, that's what we're all about, because we can vouch for you. And we've got great stakeholders, great platforms, great programs, great campaigns, etc., that we can offer to you as a member company to not only for yourself market your product, but for there to be a trust element. Because we were at an event at the JSE last week, whereby we launched the market access platform to the business community. So the general launch did take place, but to the private sector. And they did say trust came up, that some corporates do not trust smaller businesses. Now, we're there to kill that fallacy. We want companies to support our members because we've put you through the vetting process. So that really is an element. I won't go through this slide because I know our time is of the essence, so very little time left. But now the focus on access to market opportunities. So in the private sector, we go to corporate South Africa, and we ask them, will you commit? We ask them, will you commit to procuring or imports, substitution or replacement, rather, I think that's the better word to use. Do you commit to buying from local manufacturers? If you're a retailer, can you award more shelf space to local manufacturers? Do you have an ESD program? Bring those ESD companies on board as members. Ask them to also pay it forward to buy local. And the list goes on in terms of what the commitments are. And we also award companies, we recognize them at an event each year, the Buy Local Summit and Expo. It's our flagship in the private sector, whereby we invite our members to exhibit. They also sell their goods. We get all the buyers in, and there's a lot of interesting discussion that takes place. We also invite the media. We also march. I think we had the only march this year in high heels, whereby we asked the public sector and the private sector to buy local and look at the textile, fashion, footwear, leather, textile industry and see where they can play their part. These are the industries whereby we have really made a difference. So we, on association level with the banks, they committed to buying various products locally. Schools, hospitals, autos, retailers, manufacturers, we've asked them for localization procurement commitments. And this is the slide that celebrates it. We have obtained over 75 commitments since we started this exercise. And the spend is about 6 to 8 billion rand per year, whereby these companies have now committed to sourcing from local businesses, which is really great. And that's local manufacturers and local services providers. So it's all good and well to get these commitments, but again, where do you find the local companies? So then we introduced the market access platform. So I just wanted to say the objective of it is really to get various, oopsie, I almost fell through the cracks here, to highlight and celebrate local manufacturers, local service providers that have gone through our vetting process. There are a few elements to the site. If you will, it's the CSD, but for the private sector. So you as a business load your details on. The nice thing about the market access platform is you can tell them who you are by virtue of who owns the business. So, a procuring entity, and specifically in the private sector, might have their own preferential procurement goals. It could be locality. It could be a triple B scorecard, size of the business. They might want to buy from black-owned businesses or black women-owned businesses. So the Franchise Association is looking for black women-owned businesses. So we decided to make and tailor-make the market access platform so that it highlights who are the business owners of each business, as well as their product and their service offering. So we're really excited to launch the site. It really is in place there really to support our membership base, make sure that they grow, that they become sustainable, and that they get a fair chance. Because to get in is very, very difficult. And what we're doing as Proudly SA is we're nagging, we're knocking, we're lobbying, we're doing all of that advocating work so that big business can support our membership base through this platform that's free of charge for our members to utilize, free of charge for the corporate buyers to use. And our event at the JSE last week was very successful. We have lots of CPOs, Chief Procurement Officers there. So we do think that this will give our membership base the wings it needs to grow. So as a member, you'll also be able to increase your visibility in a cross-industry marketplace, find other suppliers to also fulfill those RFQs, and also report on the benefits. So we've got over 1,900 products, or members rather, listed on Market Access Platform. We're also increasing it now. I think we're standing on 300 corporate buyers listed. So we're really excited to report on the positives after 6 months or so with the Market Access Platform. Other elements that we do in the private sector, so I mentioned the Buy Local Summit and Expo, where we take buyers. We also have e-commerce platforms. So we're very excited about the work that we did there, but I'll share more with you in a little bit on that. We also have our local wine expo. We also participate in third-party expos, so we take our members, specifically the smaller entities. If you're in furniture, we'll take you to Decorex. We might not be at Decorex every year or the Delicious Festival every year, but at least every second year. That is really the goal. I mentioned the commitments. The matchmaking happens at the local wine expo. It happens at the Buy Local Summit and Expo. It also happens at our stakeholder events. So the Franchise Association, what we've done with them is we've showcased our membership base to those buyers. They've got multi-billion rand spend each year, if you can imagine, every company that belongs to the Franchise Association. So we've had made great strides for our members to enlist on Pick n Pay and Checkers. Some have enlisted with fast food chains, etc. So we've got some great news stories to share with you on that. I've mentioned the Market Access Platform and then the website listing. Very quickly, the work we do in the public sector. Our system is now integrated with the CSD. So if you're a member of Proudly SA, not yet on the CSD, and you want to be, let us know. We can get you on the CSD very quick and very fast without you doing another process. We also monitor tenders. So we see, the city of Joburg might not be buying locally made furniture anymore. We'll go knocking and we'll ask them to really include those provisions in their supply chain management policies. We also then have given inputs into the regulations on how government buys. So we really are hoping that those regulations will be favorable for, especially for our membership base. Now, the focus on consumers. So we mentioned public sector, private sector, what we do in that space for our members. Now for consumers, we have an online strategy, which I'll share with you in a bit. We're also linked with retailers and their programs. Clicks is a big advocate. We work with Mr. Price, the Forshini Group, the Lewis Group, so we are looking to expand on those list of retailers. We also take our members to where the consumers are. Decorex, like I mentioned, Delicious Festival. We have a lot of social media campaigns. We're very, very strong in that arm of the business. Websites, listing there, local fashion police, local wine expo. That's where we get the consumers to support. We do a lot of work. I really implore you to connect with us on all of our social media platforms. If you look at, this is the slide that we're very proud of this slide. We have partnered with these companies to list our members, their products made locally for free. That's what we've negotiated. Takealot is a big, big supporter of ours, but they are going to look at a waiving of a listing fee or reduce it significantly. So we're very excited with that relationship. They're a member of ours and a strategic partner. But we've asked all of these companies, yes, to load our member products on, hopefully waive the listing fee, allow our members to utilize the Proudly SA logo, because consumers are asking for local. So if the logo is there or the phrase Proudly South African is there, consumers know where to find products. And then it also helps our campaigns. If we say, this festive season, buy your products, buy our members' products from these retailers. So it really amplifies our messaging and get these companies galvanized, which is really, really exciting. Because there was mention made with Macro and Takealot, etc. And that's work at Amazon, it's work that we've started with them. So it really is an exciting time to see where our members are going on the e-commerce space. Then we launched our own online store on the 1st of July. And I'm going to play you a video if the sound works. Let's see. Otherwise, I'll just talk you through it. Just want to see the guys if they can just switch on the speaker. No. Okay, it's okay. I'll talk everybody through it, but keep on trying if you can, please. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. So it operates as a multi-vendor site. So you, as our member, will have your own store, your own QR code, and you can enlist all of your products on the site. But keep in mind, these are products that we know about as Proudly SA, because we don't want that imported product to slip in. It's got to be the locally made products where we've tested for quality. You have your multi-vendor site, and we've got a lot of partners associated with this site. So we have partnered with Pargo. They've got over 4,000 drop-off points throughout the whole country, so that nobody gets left behind. We also have a courier service that is very, very accessible in terms of the price, reasonably priced. And you can also, as a buyer, as a consumer, buy from an array of our member companies, and you can select to buy, and then you'll receive one parcel. So it really is a seamless process, and it works. You know, we've tested it. Our delivery promise is 3 to 5 days. We also have an array of ways that you can pay for the actual products. But we're very excited. We're working with the DTIC to utilize this site as a tool for export. So we're earmarking Japan, we're earmarking China and Germany and possibly Singapore. So we're starting big, and it's a massive market. One area of China is as big as our whole population of the country. So really the buying opportunities there are really, really vast. So I'm sorry that the video didn't work, but I really want to implore you to join just for that reason. It's a free listing, and the commission structure is very, very low. I want to leave you then with our ad, which I don't think is going to work. No, it's not going to work. Don't worry. I hope you've seen this ad, but I'll talk you through it. The messaging is, in 2020, we had to close the borders of the country. We could not receive any product from abroad, and the local companies kept us alive. They kept us going. So it was our time to stop and realize that it's game time. That was really, the soccer analogy was quite strong, and President John Carney was then acting as our president. I will still call him president in our offices. because he was the actor that helped with that, and he launched us many, many years ago. And then we then launched a new ad about 2 years ago, whereby we said, yes, we've had some time to pause and reflect, but now it's halftime. So we said game time, now it's halftime. What is the legacy that we are going to be leaving behind for the next generation? So buy local to create jobs is the messaging of that ad. And this is our membership fee structure. So if you have just started out, or if you are turning over 5 million rand or less per annum, your membership fee is 500 rand for the whole year. So very, very affordable. So I implore each and every one of you to join the campaign. And this, I don't know if you can see our contact details, but it's info@proudlysa.co.za. Our website is also proudlysa.co.za. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Quick question. Is there any question? One that side?
Hi, Janine and everybody. My name is Babalo. I just have one question. I kept listening and I picked up that majority of the presentation was more focused on like product. Do you guys have anything for service related businesses? Because I think that there's actually quite a lot of market and businesses that are actually local that are doing well that should also get the same platform as what you call product related. I mean, I'm in the beauty industry space. I've got 4 branches of Salon Dindle Beauty, and we're in the process of now getting our body care, like getting into like cosmetic manufacturing and stuff. So, I mean, we would probably list there at Proudly SA because now of the products that we now manufacture. But as a service focused business, do you guys have something that maybe you guys offer for service businesses?
Yes, so we invite service providers to also join. We have the market access platform, so you can enlist your businesses on that platform. We are going then to corporates to support, but we would also do a social media campaign for you as a member of Proudly SA to get the consumers to support your business. And often we also, when we do tours, etc., with our members, I think that's also a big benefit in terms of the work that you do there. And also, I would imagine that you do lots of upliftment and skills development in your business, so we'd like to celebrate that with you. So even though we might not take you to, say, a Decorex, you know, there are other elements whereby we can involve you. We are going to be at the Delicious Festival this year, but not on the food side because it's heavy on budget side, but on the lifestyle elements, which in a way what your product offering and your service offering also falls within that. So there's definitely lots to benefit from.
Thank you. Last question. Going once, going twice. Gone. Thank you so much, Jenny. Thank you so much. We are nearing to the end of our presentations. But before that, from idea to impact, the rise of Kangwani Holdings. Please join me to welcome Ms. Joy Kangwani on stage as she tells us about her business, Kangwani Holdings. Joy, please welcome.
No, it's not a presentation, it's just a short video. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mangele Joy Hlongwane, and I am the founder and CEO of Kangwani. I just have a quick short video that I've asked the guys to play, which will just quickly give you a picture of what I do. Buddhi. Ready? Is it playing? So. Oh, okay. Technology. Okay, but anyway, all right. Okay, I think you can skip that one and then just play the other one, because I just quickly want to show exactly what we do. Technology. Oh, so both they don't have the sound. Okay. Okay, no, it's fine. Let's leave it then because there's no sound. Quite a number of subsidiaries underneath. We have one which is called Gangwane Consulting. We do mining contracting. Mining contracting entails extracting of minerals. So I call myself Untombazana Magandaganda, literally, because I deal with a Magandaganda. So we mine coal, we take out coal, then we obviously sell it to everyone who wants coal. We have quite a number of operations around Mpumalanga and in KZN. So I own 100% of the company. And, you know, I'll tell you a bit about how I started this business and why I decided to do this. So my background is construction, right? So I think it was Tsepi, so when she gave me this topic and said from idea to impact, I was really excited because I think my story is quite funny. I'm an Eastern girl, born in Joburg, but then I grew up in the Eastern Court. So I'm an Eastern girl through and through, right? So I started Tigongone Consulting in 2020. And the reason I started this company was because of COVID. You know, COVID happened and then everyone was like, what are we going to do with our lives? And for me, the most difficult thing was that as a contractor in construction, I realized that everything has to be on hold. And at that stage, I was like, oh my gosh, what am I gonna eat, you know? So I then decided to go to, you know what? A lot of people who are in the construction company, when they grow, the next stage from construction, most people go to mining, right? And then that's when I decided to go to, okay, maybe I should try mining. But me wanting to go into mining came with a lot of stress. And the stress was money, right? There was a gentleman who was sitting here who mentioned ESD. So I'm an ESD beneficiary through and through. I believe in ESD more than I believe in banks and everyone else who can just borrow you money, because I don't know if you're aware, but ESD is technically imalia mahal. Like, it's just not freebies, because you have to pay it back, but it's the cheapest that you can get, right? Because through ESD, most companies will give you the funds and ask you not to pay any interest. So you pay it back as it is. In 2021, I decided to approach a local manufacturer, Bell Equipment. I'm sure they're also proudly South African, but they are local manufacturers of earth-moving equipment. So I walked into Bell, right, as just like a girl, young, and I said to them, I need machines. Machines for what, Joy? For mining. Then they said to me, what do you know about this? I'm like, I'll learn on the job, you know, because of course I know about Amaganda. All of us who grew up in the township have seen I'm a TLB, you know, so in my head I was like, no, you've got this, girl. So I walk into Bell Equipment, then I tell them, no, I'd like to join the mining industry, but I don't have a plan. I just have me, myself, and my financials. And then Bell said to me, okay, give us your financials. They looked at my financials and then they laughed at me. They said to me, Joy, the machines you're looking for, well, the cheapest that you will need for mining is about 7.5 million rands, and currently your turnover is far from that. So what are you gonna do? Then I said to them, you know what, guys, I don't have a plan. All I know is that I have a drive, I know what I'd like to do, and I know, Guti, I was just born with something inside of me that just refuses to die, you know? Something that refuses to hear the answer no. So I was very persistent, and I said to them, okay, let's do this. Let me give you my financials. Tell me how much I can qualify for, then let's take it from there. Then the CFO said to me, we've looked at your financials. We can't afford anything here. But
go out there, look for a contract, and then let's talk again. And indeed, I went out, I drove around Mpumalanga, your Witbank, Middleburg, all these mines that you see. I drove in there, asked, guys, are you not looking for any black female-owned companies to support? You know, the usual. And luckily for me, I came across a couple who's also in the mining industry. They've been doing this for over 10 years, and then they decided that, okay, you don't have machines, we'll give you a contract, but you need to make sure that you get machines. So, guys, to start in the mining industry is very difficult, right? Because it's like a chicken and egg situation. You can't just go look for equipment if you don't have a contract. And you can't go get a contract if you don't have the equipment. But now, luckily for me, then I went back to Bell Equipment and said, guys, here's my 3-year contract. What can you do? And they said, okay, here's ESD. Bell has an ESD program, which we've been running for a number of years. The most that we've spent on this program is about 1.5 million, meaning you can get a TLB. And I just said to them, guys, I'm not looking for a TLB. Literally everyone owns a TLB. So you can do better. So they said to me, okay, cool, Joy, what do you want? Then I told them I want articulated dump trucks. So articulated dump trucks, it's one of the trucks which we're showing in the background. They used to load minerals, right? So I got my very first 2 ADTs from Bell Equipment through their ESD. It took me, I think about a year to pay them off because, like I said, when you start a business, you don't start a business because you want to make quick, easy money. If you want quick, easy money, then shame, it's not going to work out, right? So I promised myself, Uguti, with this contract, each and every little cent that I make, for the first 12 or 24 months, I'll just make sure that I pay off the machines because then I'll be able to have some assets under my name. And indeed, I did that. It was very difficult, right? Because at that stage, I was doing literally everything on my own. So I was the administrator, Babafuna CEO, Vela mina, babafuna usisi onzitiye la ekhaya. It's me again. If they're like, oh, we haven't received your invoice, again, I have to run to my laptop, work out that invoice and invoice the client. So I did that for exactly 12 months. And in that 12 months, I learned so much. I learned so much about myself. I learned so much about the business, right? But when it comes to me and my personal growth, it taught me that if you want things to be done, you can definitely get them done. And that's why I then decided later to change the slogan of my company to Kwangwane, we get it done, meaning I get things done. It doesn't matter how, when, but I will get it done, right? So then we continued to work in this contract, and of course, after a year, then I had my first employee, and then I had another one, then we obviously had a full department, then we got more machines, and we worked for clients. We worked for some very big clients in the country. We worked for Exaro, we did work for Overlooked, but there's just one challenge that I kept on facing throughout this whole journey, even when dealing with these big entities, and that challenge is late payments. Nothing kills a spirit to say entrepreneur like a late payment. You know you've worked, you have a full team who have given this whole thing their all, and then month end you can't pay them. So I've gone through those days where I said to my team, guys, this month salaries will be late. Salaries will be late, but so we went through that, and I remember, I think my very first entrepreneurship breakup that I really struggled with was when I dealt with a company, a very big company. They turn over billions. But guys, it doesn't matter how big you are or how big your business is. Life happens. Life happens to the best of us, right? This company went through some financial changes. And I remember we had worked March. Then they notified us, oh, the company is not doing well, we're experiencing this and that. Then I said to them, you know what, we've built a very good relationship. I'll continue running my machines, so my guys and I will show up to make sure that things get done. Continued April, March, June, July, no payment, right? So my guys at the office though, yes, but you know, we're able to keep the lights on. So I managed to luckily continue paying the guys. Then came August. Then the client said, we're still struggling. Then I said, okay, guys, I think I've given this my all. I tried. So now I'll have to move on to the next one. I'll switch off my machines. Switched off the machines, now I have to obviously retrench my staff, right? And guys, there's nothing more difficult than looking at abantu abadala, you know, who have families, like they have children, you know, their whole lives, like they depend on you. So I think, Uguti, again, one of the difficult things I've ever had to do was just to sit with them and tell them that we'll have to retrench. And we had that conversation. It wasn't easy because also, sometimes I think I'm a superwoman. I had unfortunately decided to make all my employees permanent instead of putting them on contract, even though I was working on contract. Because I thought, you know what, life becomes so much better for people when they are permanently employed, especially abantu abadala. And I keep on saying abantu abadala because in the mining industry, even though I'm a young female who runs the business, most of my workers, they're way older than me. They're way older than me, you know. So then I retrenched the guys. One of them decided to take me to the CCMA. Hey! It was a very tough period. It was a very tough period, but it's something again that also, you know, so they decided to take me to the CCMA. Then I obviously went back to the CCMA. I explained the situation. And you know, guys, it's very important to be honest when you're running a business. Be honest with yourself and be honest with the people that are working for you. So the lady from CCMA said to me, Joy, I still don't understand why do we have this application in front of us. This guy sent us all the emails you sent to them where you explain the situation that you're not working for this number of months, but you're paying their salaries. Now you decide to retrench on the 1st. On the 3rd, he's at CCMA. So what's going on? What went wrong? And I just said to the lady, honestly, I don't know. Then she said, no, but the CCMA is not even going to look at this case. So I think, Uguti, you know, when you're running a business, you need to understand that, Uguti, each and every person that you're dealing with, they are not you. You know, stop looking for a you in your employees. Because I thought, oh my gosh, I went out of my way, I did this and this for a couple of months. But now you also don't understand the circumstances that they go through. And you don't know, CCMA completed that application, right? Because we all have different struggles. So then I went back to my employee and I said to him, Boti, Mamel, yes, I'm retrenching now, but you know, God loves me. Like, if there's one thing I'm sure about is that God loves me. And I know something will come up. Just give me time. Just give me time. But again, you cannot tell a 60-year-old man with a wife and 4 kids, Uguti, give me time. Joy, what are we giving you time for? What are you going to do? You don't have a plan. And I just said to him, Uguti, all I'm asking for is just time and patience. We'll make a way. And he then decided, no, I don't want to do this. Like, I'm done. Then we ended the relationship, which wasn't nice because this is someone, again, that I really valued as an employee. So this gentleman resigns, continues to go to UIF to claim, you know, his money and everything. And literally 25 days after having that conversation, we then land another contract, you know? And I think, Uguti, that time something in me as a businesswoman changed, right? Because I said to myself, I had offered so much of myself to people, you know, trying to assist, because the intention is always trying to assist. I said to myself, I'm not going to call him. I'm not going to call him and offer him his job back, because things like this happen. This is business. No one has a plan. No one can say, oh, this is how you do it, and this is how it ends, right? So I told myself, I'm not going to go back to this person. And, you know, I didn't. But our colleagues told him that, hey, there's a new contract. So obviously he came back, and then we had a chat, and still, I just felt like, no, I don't want to build with people like that, because when you're running a business, it's like being in a ship, right? None can pagat. No one must be poking holes. So when you hire your team, make sure that you don't have people that are busy poking holes in this because everyone there knows about saying, right? And I felt like, ish, This is a red flag, you know? We ignore a lot of red flags as business people because we want to see the best in people, right? I'm telling you, there are people who really, really offer themselves, but it's a relationship that you build and you work over it over the years. And yeah, to date, Igwangwane Consulting has really grown. We run several operations. Staff complement, we're currently sitting at around 150 people. It's going well, we're growing. Thank you. We are growing, we're doing well, and I've never applied for e-finance at the bank. I know it's hard to believe. I've never. I don't think that I'll even qualify, but maybe I will. But because of ESD, Obaba mentioned ESD. Let's go out there and read more about ESD. It's there, and it's there to assist us. And also, one more advice that I'd like to give to especially young people, right, that are in business. There are so many opportunities for us. If you are under 36, there is so much that you can do mahala. You know, there's so much that we can do for free, but we just need to, you need to have a tenacity, you know, tenacity and grit. Like, hey, girls, I need classes for number fun. You know, on those days when you go out, you're like, no, I'm going to meet someone's son today, I'm hot. You need to do that. You need to do that for yourself and your business and wake up and tell yourself that today I'm going to knock in all these different doors. And the worst thing that anyone can ever say to you is no. And okay, if you go to the cemetery, I promise you there's no akunathuna elibhalwe ukuthi oh ushone ngoba bathe no. It's not there. It does not exist. So let's stop being scared of having people saying no to us. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. It's really not at the end of the world. Like, we have so much to offer. There's so much that we can do. You know, let's stop downplaying ourselves. Let's stop thinking that we are not capable, right? And a few weeks ago, I was invited to an event. It was a women's event, right? And the ladies that were there, they're doing quite well. CEO, like, you know, this energy company, CEO, but the big corporates. And I sat there and I watched and listened to these ladies saying, we are in a male-dominated industry, and we need to find our feet. Find our feet. When you walk in a room, you don't ask yourself, oh, are they going to like me? You walk in there and tell yourself, they will like me. They will adjust. My male counterparts in the industry have learned to adjust around me. I am very respectful, guys, don't get me wrong. I'm very respectful, even the young ones, you know, who work for me, I see them. But ladies, let's just stop having this mentality that there are things that are only meant for men. There's nothing like that. That does not exist. All these industries are created for all of us. If someone's son can do it, so can you, you know?
That, you know, they need to know that, you know, what is the return on investment on whatever that they are giving to you. Thank you very much, Joe. You can have a seat. Okay, so guys, we are nearing closure. We have listened the whole morning and afternoon. We have learned, and now it's your turn as audience here. We are now entering our dialogue. We are opening the floor for the dialogue, where your voices and your insights will shape the conversation. Tsepiso, I don't know if you want to join me to do the dialogue, or I must, okay, all right. So guys, I know you had questions in the morning. You've listened to the speakers. Any questions, any insight that you like to share, and our speakers are still here. Anything that you want us to engage on? From the morning, you know, discussions and until after lunch, is there anything that you did not understand, you want clarity, you want to comment, yeah, and so forth? Yes, ma'am.
It's It's not more of a question, but just a comment on adding on institutions or government or even private sectors that actually offer support to SMEs. There is a program called SAB Foundation by Fetola. It's an amazing program. They are open right now for application. It closes on the 8th of September. It's amazing. If you want to take your business to the next level, please do submit your stuff. And as you have said, you need to, like, there are going to be documentation that they require from you, and you need to be ready. The financials, everything, etc. It's an amazing program. It's called SAB Foundation by Fetola.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Any other comments, suggestions? Earlier on when we had the treasury person, on board talking about the CSD, don't ever respond to these emails of people sending you requests for quotation. Government will never send you an email, especially they use the Gmail account in most cases, because I receive a lot of those Gmail, but on my work email, I don't receive such things. And there's always, you must check the email address that they're sending you this request from. It's fraudulent. It's not the correct one. Government will never ask you to tender. Government has got a bulletin, a tender bulletin, where they advertise all their tenders. So if anybody, why would I contact you if I want to? Because it's supposed to be an open process where everybody can bid for the tender. Why would I send you specifically to say, you know what, I need equipment for this and that and that? I mean, I was just showing my my colleagues down there that I received an email like that this morning, and this person is claiming from SAPS, police, he wants me to tender. Koma podi saying, And when I look at the email address, I just delete. I don't even give those things, my time, I just delete. So don't. If anybody send you an email and say, just, move forward, because it's not real. They're gonna, fraud you, defraud you, and eat your money, take your money. So don't go there. Any other comments, question?
Thank you. Good day, everyone. I've just moved industries. I've created a health concoction. Obviously, it requires testing and all those steps. What do I do to now put it in the market? Because I know it works. A lot of people, it heals, it detoxes, it helps with a lot of things. But obviously, I don't have the knowledge of now putting it out there. And obviously, because it's something that it's an intake, there's a lot of procedures that need to be done. So what is my first step? Because now I want to put it in and hopefully put it into the pharmacies and all those things. What do I do?
I did not get the first part of your question. Anybody who can answer, or you can, if you can please repeat for me.
Okay, I've started to manufacture a concoction, which is a medicine remedy.
Okay.
Health, very natural. So how do I now introduce it into the pharmacies, and the step that I need for it to be certified that it's good for consumption? That's what I'm asking.
Okay. From my little knowledge, have that product been tested? Is it approved? It's got a SABS standard? And is it, do you have a quality management system on the product? What do you have?
Nothing. That's where I'm asking, where do I start? Because it's just something that I've done in my house. I've sold it and I've given to some couple of people to test, and obviously with my own knowledge, putting things together. If somebody's sick, and then I'll recommend it. So now I'm just asking, because obviously I'm in a different industry. Now I've moved into this industry of now medicine, health, welfare, and all those things. So I just want to know the step, where do I start for it now to get to where I need it to be in terms of being approved?
Okay.
Thank you.
From our side, where I come from at Gibela, we do assist people like yourself, because we're going to have to have a look at the product itself, and then through us, we will approach, different people like your SABS to test the product and see if it's market ready, and if it's got any, it doesn't have any, dangerous chemicals in it, and they will test it for you, and then we will walk with you through the journey until it's approved. We will do the quality management system with you. And do you have a registered company? Okay, cool. That's fine. Then at least the basis is covered. So we will assist you even, like getting, after it has been tested and approved, then we know that, we've got a product that we can take it to the market. The labeling and everything is up to standard, because it has to be also the catchy, website, is it there? How do we market this product? Who are your customers? You want to sell it to outlets, or you want to sell it to, whichever the retail shop that you want to take it to? Who are your target markets? Then we can also walk with you through that journey to make sure that, you do, because we know what, the compliance is very important, because you need to comply. There are certain things that would be required from you, and then we will walk with you through the journey to make sure that you comply, and the product is, on the market, and it's selling, and you're making money. I don't know if I've answered you.
Thank you very much. You have, ma'am.
Thank you. Any other? Comments? Question? So that means my speakers were very good. They were very good, that no one, want to, to comment or give us questions. We will now, in closing, call Ms. Tsepiso Kadiaka to come and give us our closing remarks as we end the day.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. You're always stuck with me. I hope everybody enjoyed the 6 hours that they have invested in this event. Can I see by show of hands that it was absolute waste of time? Okay. Surely the people in this room are wide awake. I'm going to start with the thank yous, and then I'll go to so what next? Because a lot of people always say, what is next? But in terms of thank you, I'd like to thank the department. We've received so much support internally from the HOD, MEC, you name them all. There are always 20 people who sign to get approval of such things to happen. So from conceptualization, when we engaged with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, they assisted us greatly with conceptualizing and implementing the event. Also, Situ of Ekurhuleni, Gugu, she has been exceptional. The MMC for being here and gracing us with her presence. It's been a very long day, but we appreciate her having been able to come today. The departmental team, there were 3 young people that must stand up who were not sleeping the whole week to make sure that we bring you the best speakers. I'm sure you'd agree that the knowledge that has been imparted today was quite useful. Stand up so that they can see you. So that is Moitepi leading the pack. together with Linda and Onka, they've been quite instrumental. Everybody you see being here today, they're the ones who made sure that they come here today and yeah, working on the content for the program, etc. And then also behind the scenes in the administrative support, Abu David, the comms team one day, we really appreciate the support that you have given us and all the speakers that really came. Without the speakers, the content is really meaningless. We hope that the goodie bags will leave your bedrooms and everything with a beautiful aroma, and that we, as South Africans, I always give people the cosmetic challenge. So if Janine didn't talk to you about buying South African products and its importance, I always say you must always, in the morning before you wake up, oh, by the way, if you didn't know, Colgate has fluoride, which comes from fluorspar, which is mined in South Africa. So we could not even talk if it was not for the fluorspar. But always, South Africans always complain and say, we mine all these minerals and then they leave, and then they come back as products. And then what happens in today's world, we actually export the waste. So not only do we consume those products, we end up just exporting the waste and buying back the products again. So it's no longer even about minerals. So the cosmetic challenge says, in all the products that you use in the morning, I challenge you tomorrow morning that you must look at them. Apparently all the labels, even your clothes, tell you a lot of things. They tell you whether a product was made in South Africa. It really goes a long way. With South Africans, you'll buy South Africa. But for everybody here, if you look at your cosmetics and then you see what is made in South Africa and then what is made elsewhere, you will see that some of the products, it's just really a 5 rand difference for you to convert. Most of the time, it's not even a quality issue. It goes a long way to buy products that are made in South Africa. Young, I used to stay in a certain country, somewhere in the north of the world, and what I had also observed, it's one thing to visit a country, it's one thing to stay there, where you have to buy groceries and you're buying things you don't even know what is written on the product. But I got to realize that South African mangoes, oranges, and everything made it that far, right? Strange enough, because you think, oh, the refrigeration must have been so strong. But what they would do with the shelf space is that eye level was for EU products. And then South African mangoes you have to bend, you know, so that you can reach them. But the interesting thing is that the products were always of the best quality. So mangoes, oranges, citrus products, etc. South African ones. I always had pride when I went grocery shopping, and they always put a flag. They wouldn't say South Africa. There's a flag next to the product. They label their products with the flag. EU, first priority, eye level. South African, you have to bend as though we are old. Maybe you won't even come up from that bending. But yeah, so tomorrow, when you take your bath, please look at your products. Even if you can spend 5 rand, 10 rand more on a particular cosmetic product, it really goes a long way. A lot of people are patriotic to their locally produced product. Please make sure that you see us so that we can assist you. We'll connect you to the right people. Your story is going to be a very long, short one, depending on how you look at it. Let me also thank the program director, Justin. You did an exceptional work. You did say that the department, yes, you can give her a round of applause. We hope to continue having positive working arrangements with yourself, all for the betterment of the youth of this country. Thank you once again for your time. Also thanking everybody behind the scenes, the AV guys. If you didn't know we are live, somebody was shocked that we are live. We always record the sessions, not only for live streaming, but a lot of people would want to get the content. So even yourselves, if something you have missed, you can always go back to our YouTube page, Facebook, and then go and watch whatever that was shared again. So don't send us an email and say you want the presentation. We want the hits, so go and watch the whole thing. So the AV guys, catering, thank you very much, and also security cleaning staff. I hope everybody's car, they'll find it wherever they left it. Sometimes it's a challenge, etc. So what next? In terms of going forward, the department has really thought through. Most of the activities are post-event activities. We know that we can sit here, invest 6 hours, including finances to cater and so forth, and people's time to be here. But a lot of challenges are real when you go out into the real life world of business. So what we have put together, in fact, when you walk out at the registration desk, there will be a QR code that is there. One, we want to get feedback in terms of the event. Number two, we want your details, especially for category number 2. If you're in business or you're an aspiring person who wants to get into business, emerging entrepreneur, and then you want to test your business idea through a panel that the department is in the process of putting together sometime in November, please make sure that you scan that QR code so that we can have your details. We are going to put together what we call a Dragon's Den. Other people have different terminologies for it, but we'll put together a very highly skilled panel, and where you will be offered an opportunity. In the morning, I gave that young lady 60 seconds. Maybe I can give you 60 minutes that day, where you can pitch your business idea. It's not your product, it's just really your high-level business idea. There will be a team put together to assist you to conceptualize and prepare yourself as you are going to be pitching to that panel. They will take you through the standard template in terms of what will be required, a brief marketing plan, a brief understanding of your financials, which market are you going to be selling your product to or your business. Sometimes it is a service, etc. So we just want to see a situation where at least your thoughts are sort of like sharpened. Post the presentation at the Dragon's Den, we assure you that within 2 weeks you will get an advisory note from the panel itself. So we're hoping that this process will make sure that we not only cultivate and propel you towards your business becoming reality, but also guiding you to the relevant support measures. You would have noted that today we didn't bring, this is how you get money for your business. This is the incentive. Somebody said I'm the incentive person. Klolisu was sitting here, was my boss when I was very young. 20 years ago, he was my first deputy director general. So he used to run the incentives division in the DTIC when I was still young working there. Those incentives are there. We are quite familiar with them. It is part and parcel of the support package that you will get when you present your business and pitch it at the Dragon's Den. You'll also get them in writing to saying that what you have presented fits within which particular incentive. And in any event, they're on the DTIC website, etc., they are also there. You'll also get more detailed information in terms of the banking institutions that you can approach, etc. But most important of all, and as an entrepreneur, most would know that money is one thing, but market is everything. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so we have come to the end of the session. You've been lovely audience. I enjoyed interacting with you, and I would like to thank everybody for taking your time to come and share with us your experiences and enrich us with your experiences. So I am fulfilled, and I am looking forward to engaging with some of you through what we are doing at Gibela Business Incubator. Somebody was asking me this morning, what is an incubator? What do you incubate? I said, no, we do incubate businesses, just like how you incubate a baby that is born within 7 months, still put in an incubator for the 2 remaining months, so that she or he can, fully grow. That's what we do in business. We take the businesses that are still, taking, people with ideas that are still, to be, fully arranged. So we put you in a program. It's a 3-year program. but you can, exit or graduate earlier, depending on the stage where your business is when you come to join us. So we will give you support throughout that 3 years. We will, match you with funders. We will, take you to whoever that is going to be crucial for your business. We will afford you mentors, one-on-one mentors. We will also afford you some, group mentoring sessions. So our website, the information is there. We are in all social media platforms, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, and you like. And then if you want to join, please visit our website. There's a form to join the incubator. We've got an adjudication team that sits every month to go through all the applications. And those that have my numbers, you can give me a call, and then I will, make sure that, the team does, contact with you. So guys, I think that is all for me today. Thank you so, so much. You've been beautiful audience. Thank you so much.